And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back for the first time in a long time to another edition of the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 139. I'm your host, Live VIP, and I'll be later joined by the one, the only, the AsherBro. Will be joining me in a couple of matches, but until then, I'm gonna be here alone with the chat. Oh. And these players, as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the teal Protoss player representing Team StarCom. It is Ashbringer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Terran, the pink Terran representing Team StarCom. It is Kaz, aka Yuki. Why is it Yuki? I don't know. it's kind of weird. I don't understand. But I will attempt to fix the colors if possible. Ah, bam! There we go. It totally fits. But yeah. It's great to see everyone again. It's great to be back here. For those wondering, OSC King of the Hill, we haven't casted one of these in like a month. I think the last time we casted at this event was number 134 or maybe 135. It's been a while. Of course, shout out to Wardy. Wardy has been covering this event for the past couple of weeks in our absence. As of course, Wardy has, of course, he is the one of the main go-to casters for these OSC events. But Wardy is currently unavailable. He is casting and covering Home Story Cup, and I don't blame you if you already have it on in another monitor. Home Story Cup, of course, is one of the other big premier major events of the year, so I don't blame you at all for, of course, keeping eyes on that as well. But again, hopefully you're able to open up a couple of tabs and maybe catch up with, or maybe keep up with a couple of different matches going on at once. But last, as Wardy is busy with Home Story Cup, we have been able to step in and we can cover at least 1 week of OSC King of the Hill. And this is a unique format because it's been a while since we've casted it, and I know we have a bunch of new viewers. You may not be too familiar with the format, but it's a King of the Hill style format. What does that mean? It means best of ones, winner stays on. That's it. There's more to it, but for the most part, the winner of this series will stay on. The loser is eliminated. The loser, their run does end, and the way people make money, every map win. Every map win is that much more prize money that you do earn for yourself. Oh boy, so yeah, it's a lot of fun. It does mean that we go through a lot of players as well, because it is 15 matches. We get to go through a lot of unique players throughout this tournament. And we can also see some really unique win streaks as well. Because these are best of ones, anything can happen, and anything does happen. As we already see, the shading across the map trying to be a little bit annoying, and it will not delay. The CC will finish up in time across the map. Reaper also wreaking havoc, trying to get a bit of damage done. Does get one probe kill, but only a single probe, as Ashbringer is going to be going for a Twilight Council opener, not a Stargate. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. Here on the high ground, we already have our 1-1-1 set up for Kaz. Nothing too crazy. Again, I miss casting Kaz and Ashbringer as well. That's the thing. Here on the CranKy Ducklings, we mainly focus on Korean StarCrafts and some of the other regions like NA, Latin America. OSC King of the Hill is like our avenue to the European scene. It's like the European event that we're able to cover. Outside of it, it's very rare for us to engage with a lot of these players. I guess Sparking Tunic Cup is the other one, but this is definitely where we get the majority of our EU StarCraft. And already the wall is not a wall. The Hellion and the Reaper, they do slip on by. Oh, we almost get a bit of a surround. The Hellion doing a lot of damage, but can we finish off any of these probes? It looks like one probe goes down. But only one, as Ashbringer does clean that up. On top of that, the initial units weren't able to get into the main. The tech has not been spotted. It has not been scouted. Kaz is in the dark. Also, bam. I should fix that. Oh, God. But yeah, as a result, he's not quite sure what exactly is going on. Should be getting ready defensively back at home. And there we go. We do have that tank on the way. A little bit supply blocked. And a massive shout out to Baby Links in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you had a great stream. I know it was a long one. I know it was like almost 8 hours of ladder, so pretty intense. Yeah, Yeah, I hope you had a good time overall. Hope things were well. Oof. As I love the unborrowed micro there. 1 probe, 2 probes go down. Not an insane amount of damage. Or able to disrupt the economy in some way. Once again, Kaz doesn't go all the way into the main base, so he's in the dark as to what his opponent's doing. This is not going to be 4-gate blink, by the way. This is...
paused.
Oh, as we get a bit of a pause. But this is actually 5 gateways, by the way, from Ashbringer. This is looking pretty all in off of 2 bases. The thing that surprises me the most is that we actually do have blink as well. We could even get a 6th gateway behind this. This is very committed coming out from the Protoss. Oh boy. But yeah, looks like something has come up, you know, maybe some Uber Eats, some menu log has shown up outside. So we're just going to take this moment here to make sure everything's okay. Oh! So we do come back. Now again, this entire time, Kaz, it's like his scouting has been very limited. He hasn't been able to slip into the main base. He hasn't seen the gateway count of his opponent. He doesn't know how aggressive Ashbringer is just about to be. Going down the spotter pilot here towards the south. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have 1 tank at the natural. We're about to have a tank in the main base. Bunker is set up. You know, Raven as well to snipe any kind of observers. Interesting. Ashbringer is throwing down a 3rd CC behind this. But I do still think that he is looking for some damage. You typically don't throw down this many gateways unless you want to, you know, be in the face of your opponent. Yeah, the Prism is making its way across the map. Ashbringer looking for a way in. This tank is looking a little bit exposed, not gonna lie. Oh, the drop moves out as Ashbringer is looking to move in. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Looks like the observer Ashbringer not quite in position, does not see that medevac. He's looking to slip into the main base, and yeah, Ashbringer, he actually skips some warp-ins. He skips warp-ins, he's taking up instead. He's macroing out of this. So he's just looking to contain his opponents, not really for— no! Not forcing the issue. The taste alone. Smurge. Ashbringer, please. These Protoss players, they're heartless. As this Stalkers do slip into the main base, and so many of these workers were weakened up, were softened up from earlier, and 5 SCVs already do go down. Can we get a 6? Not quite. 5 in total. Already a good amount of damage done. Ashbringer doesn't lose anything. Once again, he keeps the attention of Kaz back at home. Across the map, that drop is getting ready to dive into the main. Main army is unsieging. We're looking to move out. As Ashbringer is distracted. Yeah, we're moving on in. Likewise, so is Ashbringer. Oh boy, so who can react in time? Who can defend their main bases better? As more SCVs are falling, ooh, we pull the boys to fight those Stalkers. At the same time, we gotta drop into the main base. Do we have a warp in? Oh, the answer is we do not. We're forced to recall instead. Across the map, 9, 10 SCVs are going to be going down. These Stalkers are having a hard time dealing with these Marines. The main army pushes forward. We have a couple of Immortals here to protect. We have a shield battery as well. But Ashbringer, he's being pulled apart. He doesn't have enough to hold on to his 3rd base. It looks like he's minimizing losses here in the main, but no, he's even losing on that front as well. Kaz is getting out of control. This is getting out of hand. Those tanks doing so much damage in the backline. We only have 2 Immortals left. And Ashbringer, he just cannot keep up. The Prism across the map was cleaned up. This Nexus is going to be going down. The drop in the main still active as well. It was a little bit too much at once. And this, yeah, in one fell swoop, Kaz, he takes control of the main base, he takes down the 3rd, 27 SCVs, sorry, 27 probes go down, and Kaz is in a commanding position. Looks like he doesn't want to force the issue. I don't blame him. We do have some Immortals, some Archons, even some Sentries for force fields here at the natural, so Kaz is going to back off, regroup, take his 3rd, and consolidate his army, and I imagine go for a 2nd push. And I don't know how Ashbringer can come back from that. He himself may be forced all in, and the ideal situation here... The ideal situation is for Kaz to be caught unsieged, maybe caught with half of his army, but everything is coming together. That's a lot of Marauders, Pappy. That's quite a lot coming onto the front lines here, and the armies are going to be missing each other, so it looks like we may get a bit of a base trade. But it's a base trade that Kaz is going to have such an advantage in. Zelts go down. Ashbringer is fully aware that his opponent is across the map, and now he commits. He doesn't turn around. Unfazed, Ashbringer, he goes to the base trade. And so will Kaz. We do have a couple of units back at home. We have a lot of mines. Up, the splits. Pretty good splits overall here from Ashbringer, minimizing that splash damage. We do see Kaz, though, micring his heart out, just trying to make sure he takes control or keeps control of that ramp. Across the map. Yeah, Natural's dead. The Prism is coming out. Yo, Ashbringer, he wants to evacuate some of the probes. Let's go. The probes, Swappy. It's not going to be enough. GG gets called. And Kaz will take game number 1, eliminating Ashbringer. Oh. GG. GG, well played. For the people that are just now tuning in, who maybe are unfamiliar with the format, to reiterate, this is a King of the Hill style format. The way this works, all best of ones. Nothing but best of ones are ahead of us. The winner stays on, the loser is eliminated. We have 15 matches in total. That was the first of 15, which means we have 14 or more players looking to rise to the challenge, looking to bring down the current King of the Hill, that is Kaz. All hail the new king. King Kaz. I like the sound of that. It's good. Oh boy. So we'll see who does. We'll see who is able to step up to him. And who can stop his reign. And we'll see how long he will reign as well. There's no limits. We have had instances in the past where a player comes on and stays on for all 15 matches. It's rare. It definitely is rare. It's difficult. Like, even players like Dark and Bjorn haven't been able to do that too often. Whenever they show up, they can be sniped. These are best of ones, for example. You know, like, you come in with a special build, you can take down even a stronger opponent. But most recently, it was a couple of weeks ago, MaxPax. MaxPax showed up. He went on a tear and he took all 15 matches. He was the God King of the Hill. It was crazy. It was crazy. No one could touch him. Doesn't matter where they came from Korea, from North America, from Europe. They couldn't touch him in the end. So there are some heavy hitters out there. There's some heavy hitters that are a part of this tournament series, like MaxPax, Dark, Bjorn, I already mentioned them, Spirit, Special. Bearing in mind, though, that some of the regulars of this event are currently at Home Story Cup, either playing or maybe watching. Maybe they're just there at the event. Maybe they're participating. So bear that in mind as well, that for example, I think Night Phoenix is at Home Story Cup. I think Spirit is at Home Story Cup. So there are a couple of the big name regulars that we expect to show up here and go on a tear. A couple of those big names won't be taking part tonight, or if they do, they'll be playing from Home Story Cup, which will be interesting. I wonder. Oh boy. So we'll see how that does turn out in the end. Until such a time, we have an opponent. We have a challenger. Let's go. It's going to be a Zerg player from Southeast Asia. Someone who is pretty, or who should be pretty familiar with on this channel. As I quickly try and, there we go, try and set this up. It is going to be Demi. Demi versus Kaz, a ZVT. Oh boy. And I do think these players are pretty comparable in skill. Demi, of course, recently joining Matcherino Esports. He's on a new team. He is, of course, getting quite a bit of support by them as well, which is really cool to see. So he can continue to compete, continue to improve, to dedicate here to focusing on StarCraft. And we'll see what he has in store for us. I'm excited. I don't really get to cast too much of Demi against Terran. When I think of Demi, especially in Grand Platypus Open, for example, we see him a lot against Zerg, like Demi versus MeomaikA or Demi versus Gogo Joey. We also see a lot of him against Protoss as well. Not so much against Terran, so I'm excited. I know that Demi is one of the few Zerg players out there who is really fond of Lingbane Muta, even though it's fallen out of fashion and we don't see it too often at the competitive level. Unfortunately, we don't see too many too often. We did see a lot of Mutas earlier today with Dark in his ZVPs, which was a lot of fun. With Dark. But against Terran, we don't see it as often as we used to. So I'm looking forward to it, especially on a larger map. Another thing to bear in mind when it comes to the format, when it comes to the rule set of this tournament, the challenger picks the map. It's a best of one, no vetoes. Oh, sorry, there is one veto. The king of the hill. Oh, I'll let him know that I'm ready. The king of the hill does get to veto one map, only one, and the challenger can pick from every other map. So, in a way, the challenger does have a bit of an advantage, but yeah, we'll see if Kaz can overcome that. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise, but the map of choice from Demi is Altitude. Oh boy. Makes sense, largest map in the map pool. Not a bad map for mutas, not gonna lie. You know, a lot of wide open spaces, a lot of spread out bases as well. Wouldn't be a bad map for that, but we'll see. We'll see what Demi has in store for us. Likewise, we'll see what Kaz has in store for us. I know I've been focusing a lot on Demi, but Kaz himself is a pretty formidable opponent. And as much as Demi likes going mutas, Kaz, I've seen him play mech before. I've seen him turtle up, and I feel like Altitude, it screams turtling. I don't know, mate. It's not a bad map for mech. We've seen Clem go mech, we've seen Maru go mech on Altitude. Yeah, so I will have that in the back of my mind as well when it comes to what Kaz can potentially bring out. Oh boy. We'll see. We shall see as the players are just getting ready and just preparing themselves. I see Demi in the chat. Out of fashion, you say? You're always in fashion, Demi. Shout out to Demi, he's in the chat as well. Oh god. And hey, I'm looking forward to it. You know, if we see mutas, I'm definitely looking forward to it. But we'll see. We'll see what does come to pass. So diving into this. Hello, Emperor Fuble, Babylings, Werehug, Abathur as well. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, papi. Here we go. We're getting into our second game here of the night, and spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the challenger. We have the would-be usurper, the Indian Zerg player representing Maturino Esports. It is Demi. And there we go, beautiful. I was just speaking the colors, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Altitude, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Terran player representing Team StarCom. It is Kaz. Let's go, puppy. Let's go. But yeah, shout out to Demi. He does often lurk in the chat as well, and he did pop up a little bit a couple of moments ago, defending his muta play, which I'm happy for him to defend it. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. And already a very interesting opener. This was a gas first. This was a gas pool hatch opener. My god. So a very aggressive opener here from Demi. With this, he's going to be able to get into a faster link speed. He can get into a Bane bus, even roaches, which will be really interesting to me, I'll be honest, because I feel like roach pushes are probably really weak on Altitude. We have a ramp coming into the natural. On top of that, the rush distance is very long as well. I'm very curious to see what is done with this gas as we are pulling out at 100. So it is not going to be roach speed. It's not going to be banelings. It is for it's not going to be for roaches. Not going to be for banelings. It is only for link speed. So again, a very fast link speed here from Demi. And we'll see if he does bank up those lings and go for a link flood across the map. Just a Rax expand. Standard setup here from our Terran player. Kaz, it looks like he is skipping his SCV scout. Ooh, and he's skipping his Reaper as well. Oh boy, the greed from Kaz. I don't blame him. We are on a large map, so it makes sense, right? It makes sense, like, why scouts? What are the odds? What are the chances that my opponent is going to be aggressive? What are the chances that my opponent is going to all-in me? So, yeah, likewise, Kaz is also being very greedy, preserving a lot of his resources, not scouting his opponent at all. And Demi, He's about to Ling Flood. He is just banking up Lings back at home. Nothing but Lings are on the way. And Kaz has no idea. There's no way for him to figure this out. He has no way to scout right now. He's about to go for an add-on swap, so he's going to have Hellions. But it's going to take a while for these Hellions to pop out. And by the time they do, Link Speed is going to be done and Demi's going to be across the map. Oh. And what I said about mutas. Well, I guess they are out of fashion, huh, Demi? As Lings are making their way across the map, there is nothing to defend. There is one Marine, and that is it. The wall, is barely a wall, but the natural base is going to be forfeit. These SCVs are going to be going down. They're going to be hunted down by these Lings. So already a good amount of damage is being done here. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they can't move down to low ground. I love this. We do drag these SCVs over in range of these Hellions, but alas, only one volley goes off. And we are going to be forcing a liftoff of this CC. Behind this, Demi is droning. He is happily droning, saturating his third base. Sorry, his natural, taking his third. His third is late, but it's late because of the Ling Flood. So it's more than paid for itself already. 5 SCVs in total, and my god, 0 Lings died. Not a single Ling did go down. And yeah, Demi from here, he just has to make sure he survives the counterattack. Looking at his vision, Demi, it looks like he has seen the 1-1-1. When his Lings moved up, he saw the starport and the would-be add-on swap. He's going in to confirm, and he will be getting eyes on the tech lab. He sees it researching, so he knows it's going to be Banshees or Cloak Banshees. He even sees the first one as it pops out. And Demi should be getting safety spore crawlers at every single one of these bases. He should be producing queens. Let me go 3 queens at a time. And this Banshee shouldn't get too much damage done. I say shouldn't because obviously Kaz can micro, he can control, he can avoid the spore and maybe pick off a couple of workers. There is still potential here for Kaz, but the potential isn't as high as it otherwise would have been. As his Hellions are looking to be as active as possible, they run into a wall of queens. If at any moment Demi is unable to keep up with these rotations, then these Hellions can dive into a mineral line. They can roast up just so many of these drones. So there is still a chance here for Kaz to deal some equalizing damage as he takes control of the Zonaga. Meanwhile, in the main base, Demi, he's working towards his lair. Very greedy. This, we'll see when we get to the halfway point. If we throw down Evo Chambers, if we don't get any Evo Chambers, this could just be for Aspire for Mutas. Oh boy. And again, going into Mutas from being ahead wouldn't be too bad at all. As the Hellions, they do dive into the mineral line. 4 drones are going to be going down. Demi's going to try and cut him off. Up. Ooh, and he will catch the majority of these Hellions. Only 1 Hellion does survive. At the same time, the Banshees do dive into the bases. The Queens, once again, out of position. They were busy with those Hellions. Oh my god, and a lot of drones are going down. This is getting out of hand. This spore not in the best position to protect the mineral line. It is in the midst of repositioning, but even more drones will fall. Across the map, the wall is a wall. Kaz, he had a really rough start earlier, but this was well worth it. He has come back in this game. He's clawed his way back, getting 15 drone kills. And sure, he may have thrown away all of his Hellions, but that doesn't matter. The Hellions, they don't have a lot of longevity in this game. They don't scale well into the mid-game at all. So throwing away your Hellions, and again, it wasn't like, sure, the Hellions, they only killed a handful of those workers, but they forced these Queens to be out of position. They created the opening for the Banshees to get even more damage. So, yeah, really well done by Kaz. Meanwhile, every gas is being taken. Demi is going for Aspire. You have the Bailey Nest on the way. We have no Evo Chambers. This should be for Mutas. But after losing so many drones, like, he doesn't have the best economy for this. Again, he's going to have to catch back up. Lings, they're being a little bit annoying here, but Kaz is able to push those Lings away. We are playing Bio, not mech, thank god. Phew. No mech whatsoever, just working on a mass Bio tank for the time being. Pretty solid setup, all things considered. We have 1-1 on the way. Armory as well to dive into 2-2 as soon as 1-1 is done. And we do have Kaz being quite active with the initial drop. With the initial double drop. Demi shouldn't lose too much of this. He has plenty of Queens. He has Ling Bane as well. There's no secondary drop diving into the main or anything like that. There we go. There's that spire that we were talking about. Again, because of the delayed Evo chambers and because of all the gases being taken, it did scream mutas. Kaz has been able to scout a lot of these gases, so he can piece it together. Doesn't have the full picture, but he's got a decent amount of parts of it. For the time being, though, he hasn't thrown down any missile turrets, so it hasn't come across his mind yet. So he's, again, continuing to just be active. He gets one of these queens. At the same time, another drop here towards the right-hand side of the map. There's nothing in position. Kaz looking to pull Demi apart. And Demi is quick to react, so he's not going to lose any drones, but this hatchery is under threat. Wings are racing on over. The hatchery takes a lot of hits. As it drop dives into the main. At the same time, we still have that double drop here on the left-hand side. Is going to be able to pick off one of those overlords. And yeah, Kaz has been doing a great job with his multitasking, but that may just end. That's the power of the muta. The muta gives you map control, and once you have enough on the ground to support those mutas, you can hunt down these drops, and it'll be so difficult to be active the way that Kaz has been so far this game. Transfuses on point, keeping all these queens alive. Likewise on the right-hand side, another drop is coming in, but we have Lingbane ready and waiting. Mutas have revealed themselves, and we are looking to hunt down these medevacs. Oh, can we get a muta? Up, up. Ooh. No, we cannot. We do get one muta. Not bad. Pretty good target firing overall. As the drop gets cleaned up, here we go. The main push is coming. We have 1-1. 2-2 is still a bit of a ways off, so we're not going to quite hit it with 2-2 yet, but it can finish in the middle of the push. And there's not a lot of creep. There's not a lot of creep here on the left-hand side. Kaz pushing on forward. Yeah, Demi, he knows he cannot save this base. There's just far too much here in position. The hatchery is going to go down. Demi has to evacuate. And this is getting out of hand. Kaz's macro has been insane. He has maxed out. Again, a lot of this is because of how many drone kills he got earlier in the game. It was 21 in total. Demi trying to buy time. He goes for a counterattack with his mutas, but there are plenty of Marines back at home, and I don't know if he can ever stop this. Demi trying to muster up an army. He's got a fourth base, a backup fourth on the way. The tanks edging closer to the natural. And we'll see if Demi can break this. He's bringing everything together. The mutas are coming back home. The Lingbane is getting in position. It's going to be one final fight here for Demi. If he's able to break this, if he's able to trade efficiently, then he can, of course, you know, get map control and snowball a little bit. But here we go. We dive up this ramp. The tanks, oh, they get so many shots off. Failing connections aren't looking too bad. That was a big loss for Demi. And Kaz, I mean, he already got a base. He can just unsiege. He can back off. He's taking his own fourth base behind this. Kaz does have the economic advantage. But Demi at least has some breathing room. At least he forces Kaz back. He's able to, you know, situate himself. He's able to take control of his own 4 bases, work towards a 5th, focus on his creep spread. But Demi is still playing on a knife's edge, like he is still behind. And this next push is still looking devastating. The army does get spotted by that Xel'Naga. At the same time, Demi, he dives in. Gets a watchtower as well. He's trying to distract his opponent. He's trying to keep the Terran army at home. We'll see if he can, as once again Kaz is pushing out. He wants to deny that 4th base, and Demi once again is forced to evacuate. He cannot stop the Terran. Mutas are going to find a mineral line. At the same time, 4th base will go down, and Kaz is going to be looking to keep on pushing from here. We're trading out a couple of mutas. We do get 15 SCVs, to be fair, but can the main army be stopped? Demi, decent connections with those banelings. The Thors are going to complicate things, and yeah, Demi, he has to give up the third. Once again, he can't really deal with this entrenched position of Terran. As this third base goes down, I imagine the Mutas are going to turn around and come back home. And then once again, it's going to be one big fight here for Demi to try to hold on, to force Kaz to back off. But with the Thors, they are going to complicate things. The tanks, they've sieged. We're diving on in any way. The Thors, they go ham on the Mutas. The Bailings roll on in, but the connections are not good enough. And Kaz has done it. GG gets called. Kaz will remain our king of the hill. GG. He does take down the challenger. Demi was a good effort. All things considered, he had a really good start with his Lings. But let's be real, it was the Hellions and Banshees that really put Kaz in a game-winning position. The Hellions, the Banshees, they killed 21 drones between them. Absolutely insane. And yeah, as a result, Kaz was able to snowball from there. His macro was so solid, so on point. The Muta harass of Demi wasn't finding too much damage, unfortunately. He was getting a couple of pickoffs here and there, but no major economic damage until the end. And by that point, it was too little too late. Ooh. And Kaz, he gets his second win under his belt. And as Kaz gets his second win, as we get ready for a TVT, I'm no longer alone, Papi. I will be joined by another fellow CranKy Duckling. Feels good, Papi. Feels good. Soon, TM, Papi. Soon. Just setting up here. Again, we have a challenger, we have an opponent, and just in time, I'm joined by the one, the only, the casting cat himself. Welcome, AsherBro. Oh, I don't hear you if you're there, Papi. Oh, come back to me.
And hello.
Hello, Papi. Hello. We have a lobby in game. We have a lobby. But yeah, so welcome, Asher. It's been years, Papi. Where have you been, Papi? Where have you been?
That scared Rufus so much. He's like, why are you yelling? Why are you Yaku all of a sudden? I'm not owned by Yaku.
Oh no, Roof, yo, what have we done? Okay, look, you're just making sure he's awake. Okay, you're making sure everyone is awake and ready for some StarCraft.
Oh, it's a TVT.
Yeah, just for you, Pop.
It must be the start of the bracket.
You're an animal. You're an animal. Oh god, take it away, Poppy. Take it away.
All right. Spawning here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, playing for Psystorm. This is Nicoract.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have his opponent. We have the current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. The Ukrainian Terran player representing Team StarCom. It is Kaz.
Like, I recently found out that you can pray to Papa Kaz for good macro. Did you know that?
Have you been doing that? Have you been praying, Papi? Have you?
I have.
Oh, has it been
I want
working?
good macro. I mean, it's not Papa Kaz level macro, but okay. It'll take time.
Yeah, Kaz has been very solid, very damn solid tonight. He's been able to take down. He brought down your cousin.
My cousin?
Yeah.
Oh, Ashbringer. I don't understand this joke, but at least I like recognize it now.
It's what do you mean? He has your name, Papi. He has your name.
Are my cousins with everyone that has my name? Is that how that works?
I think so. That's how it works now.
Okay.
Oh my god. So he took down Ashbringer and he just took down Demi as well in a very clean game on altitude. So yeah, Kaz, looking pretty good.
Does that mean there's other live VIPs out there?
Maybe. I mean, we know that.
Can you imagine if there were several in a room?
The question is, though, are they also my kids? Or are they something
No,
else?
no.
Okay.
They're your cousins.
My cousin, yeah. Let's go.
Just imagining like 20 live VIPs in the same room, just guys.
Oh god, the houses around us the reverb from the guards, Papi. They shake the houses, they shake the windows.
It's the army of live VIPs. It's the poppies. They're upon us.
Oh no. Hide your kids.
How was your
hide
day
your
at Light?
wives.
How many times have you casted today so far?
Well, I casted KSL in the morning, obviously. Yeah. And then I went to bed. And then I woke up.
Okay.
And now I'm here.
So you just casted PvPs, went to sleep, woke up, and started casting TVT.
That's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
Amazing. I didn't see much of KSL because it was all PvPs. I did see that Dark was in the final.
Yeah. Unfortunately, very few Terran players in KSL. There was Special. He was the only Terran, and he ended up forfeiting.
Didn't he play Protoss?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Animal.
Shaking my head. All the Terrans are playing Protoss, Papi. You know, Special,
Yeah.
Dolan.
Yeah. AsherBro.
They want to win. Oh, you're becoming
Famous
Ashbringer.
As we do have, all right, a little bit of action already. Nicoract's going to be jumping in those first two Reapers, actually getting a lot of damage. So this is a little bit of a gamble you can go for in TVT. Just that the units are going to be slightly out of position for SCVs. There's plenty of damage here, and now it's going to be on him to defend the counterattack.
Yeah, here we go. We have 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions moving out across the map. We do have a Cyclone to defend. The second one is still a ways off, so this could get a little bit out of hand. Kaz can definitely try and focus down that Cyclone and snowball from there. For the time being, though, he's going to take control of the natural base. He's going to get a couple of SCVs.
Yeah, nice little bit of damage for Kaz. Takes out 2 SCVs without losing any units. Or almost 2. Okay, 2. Yep. Didn't want to make a liar of me, so he takes that one out. We do have 1 Hellion going down, but that is very good value there as Nicoract going for a bit more of a safe opening. So despite diving those 2 Reapers, these 2 Cyclones keep you very safe in the early game. And oh, okay, he's following it up with a tank drop. This is super interesting. Yeah. This is like a Maru build.
I was about to say, Maru, Bjorn, they're both hyper-aggressive in TVT, and yeah, the medevac is on the way. Nicoract wants to be in the face of Kaz, and we didn't really get to talk too much about it, but Nicoract is a bit of a TVT sniper, so if anyone can stop the reign of terror of Macro, of Kaz, it can be Nicoract, as he's already moving out across the map with that Cyclone drop even.
Yeah, I remember seeing in Illuculac, they have stats for specialist matchups, and Nicoract seems to always be way ahead on TVT. So he must just have way better TVT.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone. Just a god.
As Kaz does dive in with a tank job of his own, and he's going to be able to shell away at this mineral and get a decent amount of SCVs and Marines as well, taking some hits.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a semi-split coming out from Nicoract there, but Kaz getting some very good damage. 7 SCVs going down for the price of just this tank. Looks like the medevac should go down as well. Oh, just keeps in range of that. That was so close, but even with all of that going down, 7 SCVs is a lot of SCVs to lose in the early game. Yeah,
not just the SCV kills, but also the fact that Nicoract had to bring back that drop as well. The Hellions were the Cyclones were in the midst of moving out, and they were brought back home. Finally, he's going to be moving out with them, but this is far later, and the likelihood of Kaz being ready for this is a little bit higher, as that Marine count is being worked on.
Yeah, Kaz is going to be slightly behind, as he did send that tank across the map to die, so he does lose that, but at the same time, I feel like, as you're saying, he's delayed Nicoract for long enough that he should be okay here, but Nicoract's setting up a very interesting attack. He's going to drag some of the army out of position with these 2 Cyclones here, and then he's got these tanks and Ravens to the south that can try to maybe jump on an exposed tank.
Yeah, exactly, as they do move on forward. Meanwhile, the Cyclones have been revealed. They don't really get too much done. They get a lock on Marines of all things, and we do see Kaz ready for this. Oh god, the Vikings as well. Oh.
Yeah, that was very close. Definitely don't want to be losing that medevac right now, as it looks like everything's going to be paired up for the attack at the front here. And is Kaz in position? He only has 1 tank there that should be able to get disabled, so this is actually going to be a dicey hold.
Yeah, the boys have to be pulled. The Marines are rushing down from the high ground as all auto targets get thrown down, and the tanks of Nicoract are going to be going down.
Yeah, great SCV pool, but there we go. The damage has been equalized, and just like that, Nicoract back into the SCV lead, be it by 1 SCV, but he gets himself back in the game with this move.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We do, for the most part, even things up, and behind this, we're just going to be working on even more production. No one has thrown down a third CC yet. Looking at the units as well, tank counts are looking pretty similar as well, and at least no one lost any of their Ravens.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a divergence in the build, so Krystianer going to be going for the more traditional Viking approach, which does give him that air control, but Nicoract here going for a bit more of that modern style, going straight into medevacs with a faster stim as well. So it looks like his stim just about to finish now. And with that, he can start to get really aggressive. And that air advantage doesn't really matter as much if you're jumping on top of unsieged tanks. So it's going to be up to Krystianer, get some map vision out there and see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. For the time being, Kaz is in the dark. Nicoract is moving out with everything he has. Stim is done. Combat shields still on the way, but regardless, he wants to dive on this army. The tanks are unsieged.
Up. Yeah, going to be catching those tanks unsieged. Just Stims runs on in there, and massive anti-armor missile on everything of Kaz. It looks like he is breaking through here. The Vikings actually coming in strong, but wow, the pickups. That was so smart.
The Vikings land, the tanks get picked up, no anti-air, and Nicoract, he preserves his tank count. He only, for the most part, loses his Marines as well as his Raven. And that was such an efficient fight here for Nicoract.
Yeah, I mean, trading out Marines for tanks in the early game is fantastic in TVT. That tank advantage is something that will carry on into the later game. So Nicoract doesn't really have to do anything to push the pressure right now. He just has that advantage now.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's getting ready for the second wave. Both players are taking their third bases as we speak. Nicoract a little bit later with his own, so Kaz has a bit of an economic advantage, but does that really matter in the face of all those tanks? Looking at the unit count here, Nicoract does have double the tank count of Kaz. He's going for a drop.
Do want to point out as well, Kaz looks like he's a bit of a Krug fan. He enjoys some Australian StarCraft, and he is going to be skipping combat shields because combat shields, of course, is not necessary.
Yeah. What is Azure's rationale for that? Is just because of the tanks?
I think he did. I never saw that game actually. The game where it was like 19 minutes in.
Oh, as the boys are once again being pulled, we have a massive June drop into the natural base. So many SCVs go down. It looks like these tanks may get cleaned up, but the Marines are struggling.
Yeah, it's honestly not quite getting cleaned up. We're going to have to land those Vikings, which means maybe two of those Vikings are going to be going down as well. But the entire mineral line, all 20 SCVs are taken out, and Nicoract getting some fantastic damage here. And this is just a momentum-based thing where back at home, he's pretty untouched. He's got his third fully mining, and he can just continue these attacks. And Kaz is going to have less and less in position for them each time.
Yeah, as you say that, once again, we load up two of those medevacs, zooming across the map. Nicoract, he is not slowing down. He doesn't want to allow Kaz to stabilize and get back into this game. The Viking count is still looking quite high, but if he isn't in position to stop these drops, then it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these Vikings, he's kind of defensively positioned just because he's been thrown this way and that way constantly. Doesn't quite react in time to this drop either, but he will be able to get on top of this tank before it can do too much damage. This actually wasn't a very successful drop in the end.
Yeah, Nicoract has to be careful not to throw away too much. I mean, it was only Marines for the most part. Like, it wasn't the biggest loss for Nicoract, but he does have to calm down as Kaz is getting back into this, and he may be behind when it comes to the overall worker count, but he's got a pretty damn large army.
Yeah, I mean, this is that Papa Kaz macro. It's faithful, it's strong. It doesn't really matter what you do to him. He's still going to be able to build up this army, and he's still a threat.
Yeah, exactly. His macro is just so solid overall. He is a rock. And once again, Nicoract is moving out with another double medevac drop again. He has to be careful here. He doesn't want to throw away too much too quickly. And Kaz this time does have a spotter Marine.
Yeah, good spotter, so he's going to be seen. But yeah, this is a very good move by Nicoract. Just going to be clearing out some of this vision here for Kaz, making him a little bit more unsure about going for his own moves as well.
Exactly. Behind this, Nicoract, he's working on his own fourth base on location as we speak. I mean, he has the map control. Kaz, for the most part, has been stuck at home trying to defend, trying to keep up with all the multi-pronged aggression of his opponents. And yeah, we'll see things settle a little bit from this point.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that I am going to be looking out for is Kaz has a pretty strong lead on 2-2, so he does have a bit of a timing. If he gets aggressive with that 2-2 and he can force a fight where there's Marines fighting Marines, it's going to be pretty one-sided. That's a huge power spike in TVT.
Yeah, we'll see if he does make use of that as the the Marines are still being active here. Just picking up whatever they can. They force the Vikings to react as well, to dive back towards the main base. Rufio.
Drop my phone on Rufus.
Oh my god. Are you okay, Poppy? Are you? Have you been drinking? Have you?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay. I was curious. Wait, you went? I'm gonna Funado you a little bit. You went outside today. You're crazy, Poppy.
I did.
Oh my.
I hope
god.
I don't get sick, but it was nice. It was fun.
Was it?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I spent way more money than I would ever like to spend. But it happened. We're not going to think about it.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad you had a good time, Bob. I'm glad you had a good time. And we'll see as both players are kind of evening up those supplies. You were talking about that 2-2 timing. 2-2 did finish up for Kaz. Does start 3-3 immediately, but he isn't being active yet. He's more concerned with establishing his own fourth base for the time being.
Yeah, I do like this, especially since Nicoract is playing such a heavy marine style. For Kaz now, I think one of the advantages that he might have is if he goes into a faster starport transition. Usually when you are playing more defensive like this, you are going to be going for that as, yeah, there we go, right on cue. 2 more starports go down.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We are going to be looking to fight for that map control, sorry, for that air control, but here we go. Nicoract is steaming on forward. The tanks are out of position. One tank is going to be going down for free, and now he commits.
Yeah, very awkward fight here. Kaz going to be splitting off some of those Marines that actually did not go anywhere near as badly as I thought it might. This is an incredible fight for Kaz, my goodness. I can't believe he dealt with these tanks so well.
Yeah, exactly. The disables were so on point. His own tank positioning was far better than his opponent. He just completely shuts this down.
I feel like I have to watch that again. Kaz had probably half the Marines that Nicoract had, and he just took such an incredible fight there.
Yeah, I think his tank positioning was just straight up better. I do think that they were just shelling away so much more efficiently at the army of Nicoract, but likewise, I just have to double check on what the hell happened there, as that was a very chaotic moment. And as Kaz moves out, Nicoract, he's moving in.
Oh, the monkey move. Never stop attacking. Doesn't matter if you have less tanks, just go. I love it. And it is going to be bringing Kaz back home. Kaz now has less Marines to buffer for these tanks, so it's not going to be the most efficient cleanup, as he does have his natural being ransacked as well, but all these tanks are so well positioned, and he's going to be cleaning this up, and Nicoract's in trouble now.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, 11 SCVs go down, but once again, the army of Nicoract has been thrown away. He just keeps on moving out across the map, because why not? He has 2 tanks to the 10 of Kaz. And I'm sure, again, he's just hoping to maybe catch Kaz in the middle of moving out, catching him out of position. He does go for the scan, does see the army.
Mate, Kaz right now, he has less than 70 SCVs. And when Kaz has less than 70 SCVs, he is at his most powerful. You don't want to kill any SCVs if he gets to 70, because this is the Giga army of Kaz. We've seen it before.
Yeah, he's very Demaga-esque in a way. I wonder if they're like, I don't know, if they're cut from the same cloth, but like after a while he just stopped making workers, just focuses on nothing but army supply, and he can get out of control.
I was gonna say Eskimo Brothers, but that's something else. That's something else entirely.
Oh. Explain it to me. What? Never mind.
It's when you have shared a partner, a romantic partner.
Maybe they have, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh god.
I literally don't know. As we do see, Kaz is going to be pushing on ahead with the tanks, with the Liberators as well. You can see that now that we've gotten past this stage where Nicoract has all the map control with the mass Marines, Kaz is going to be able to take over with this slow siege, and there's not really that much that Nicoract can do about it.
Are we Eskimo brothers?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Can we be?
I don't think you know what you're asking.
Oh god. As we do see the the third base going down here for Nicoract. Kaz is going to be forcing the issue. He's going to be unsieging and backing off from this point, and it looks like for the most part, Nicoract has been able to stabilize once again, has been able to muster up a pretty comparable army. Still has half the tank count of Kaz, but what he lacks in tank, he makes up for in Marine.
In spirit, in gusto. As he is going to be moving out across the map. He does have a huge amount of Marines, so it's basically going to be coming down to whether Cast can get into position with his tanks. And at the moment, I'm a bit worried for him because his army is not in between Nicoract and all of his bases. It's actually halfway across the map.
Ooh, but Nicoract, he doesn't go for the bases. It looks like he wants to maybe fight with the army. No, there we go. He is moving out across the map. He wants to force the base trade, and Kaz, he's turning back around.
Okay, interesting. I always feel like this is a very risky move to turn back instead of accepting the base trade, especially in this matchup, just because if these tanks get into a good position, you are in so much trouble. But here we go. Let's see if Kaz can make it work.
Yeah, the tanks are in a pretty damn good position. Kaz, he loses almost every single one of the Marines. The Liberators go down as well, and Nicoract, he's busting into the natural.
Yeah, Kaz is in some real trouble now. If he can get a good tank position, though, these Marines don't have any healing and they're incredibly overstimmed. So basically, they can try to get all these depots, but there's no way that they're getting into them.
Yeah, but they may not need to here, as behind this, Nicoract, he's just remaxing as well. He still has not plummeted in supply whatsoever, and he may be able to escape with his army.
3-3 Marines always done that much damage.
They're cracked, Papi. They're cracked. It's crazy. As we do see Nicoract just cutting his opponent off from this 5th base as well. CC under threat. The planetary as well. We have another army being sent out across the map behind the forces of Kaz.
Yeah, I do feel like it was a little bit of a mistake for Kaz to come back home here, just because he has more of a slow siege army, and when your opponent gets a position on you, it can be really hard because they can just jump on you with their mass marine. So I feel like despite the fact that it's really uncomfortable to do so in a game that you're so far ahead, he probably should have gone for the base trade. But here we go. Nicoract's going to be sandwiching his army, taking out every single tank, and now the Vikings are free pickings.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing for them to do. There's nothing for them to shoot. They do land. It looks like Kaz is going to break out of his own contain. The boys have to be pulled, and he's barely going to be able to clean this up.
Yeah, but at what cost? He's lost so many SCVs. I mean, we talked about it. He is more powerful when he loses those SCVs, but Nicoract still has a thriving economy. So if Kaz is going to do something, it has to be soon.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see that massive mule hammer here on the right-hand side, Kaz trying to keep up here. The supplies are a little bit closer than they once were, but again, Nicoract, there's no pressure on him to turn back around. I don't think Kaz has been able to threaten any of these bases in quite some time. He's just been stuck at home time and time again, and Nicoract, he's going for these fringe bases.
Yeah, this base on the side here, luckily it is a pair, so it should be okay, but Nicoract can also just pick up and start putting Marines behind this, and that's going to be extremely annoying for Kaz to deal with. It looks like instead he's going to be going after this orbital here. Kaz is struggling to get into position, but yeah, Kaz he's kind of been on the back foot this entire game, and I wonder what he's waiting for before he's going to be starting to make some aggressive moves of his own.
Yeah, I mean, we have Liberators in production, to be fair, for Kaz, as well as, I almost said Banshees, as well as Ravens as well, but before that really happens, Nicoract, he's getting in position, he's laying siege on this planetary. Kaz is late to re-siege.
Yeah, Kaz has to take this fight, but there's just way more Marines here for Nicoract. They're going to be taking out all the Marines of Kaz, and that means they can start getting on top of the tanks. The tanks going down here for Kaz, and this is getting really rough for him. The longer that Nicoract can keep making these moves and trading, the more that his economy advantage is going to be working for him.
Yeah, exactly. As once again, he resets the tank count of Kaz, and Nicoract, he can afford to lose his own tanks. He can afford to lose his Marines. He's even taking another base behind this. He's taking almost every single base on the map as he rotates over and once again catches Kaz out of position.
Yeah, more tanks going down. We have these Liberators, but it feels like desperation. There's nothing to stop the Marines from getting on top of them. But wait a minute, there's not actually that many Marines of Nicoract left. They do manage to get out the Liberators, but if we have a couple more, I mean, something could happen here.
Yeah, it's kind of close, but it looks like Nicoract is still breaking on through anyway, and Kaz is bleeding out too much. GG gets called, and Nicoract takes down the King of the Hill and claims that position for himself. He takes down Kaz. GG.
GG. Wild, scrappy game there between those two.
Oh. Yeah, there were really strong moments for both players, for both Kaz and Nicoract. There was a moment where I think we were both under the assumption that Kaz was in a commanding position with his upgrades, with his army, with his economy. But Nicoract, he just he just aped it up. He just kept attacking and kept catching Kaz out of position. This
is why I like aping in TBT, because the way that Kaz played it is how you're meant to play it. It's a more solid style. But if you make a mistake at any point, you just die.
Yeah, it's very unforgiving. It's very unforgiving. And as you were saying, I do think that it does come down to the base trade or the lack of base trade that we had. Kaz just refusing to commit and turning back around. And I don't blame him because he probably felt like he was ahead, right? He probably felt like, if I just defend against this, I'm just going to win anyway, Why risk it? But he was just so far out on the map. It did take him so long to react to the move from Nicoract.
Yeah, I feel like when you're ahead, it can be a really hard decision to make to commit to the base trade just because it feels like you're going from an ahead position to more of a coin flippy position where you can kind of throw the game that way. But I do think in that particular situation, just because Nicoract got in position so quickly, there just wasn't really much that Cuss was going to be able to get done coming back home.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it's one of those things where it can be really difficult to make that decision in the moment, of course, and unfortunately, Kaz was unable to do so in time. Congratulations to Nicoract. He is our new King of the Hill, and we'll see how he does here as we head on over to the North American server, as Nicoract has an opponent, a Zerg opponent.
I see him. I think I know who it is.
Oh, who is it, Papi? Who is it?
Is it the last King of the Sea?
Let's go, Bobby. We are going to be joined, or we have a new challenger, and said challenger is MeomaikA.
I love, at the moment, his broadcast. Like, the broadcast you can do in SE2. Oh, let me just get my firewall. His broadcast is One Last Dance. He's so dramatic. I love it.
One more shot, one opportunity, MeomaikA, he again, he is of course one of the best players that we have to offer here in Southeast Asia. He's amazing at what he does, and yeah, I do think that he's gonna pose quite a threat here to Nicoract. I'm sure Nicoract is very familiar with MeomaikA. They face off, or they're both regulars in these OSC events, so we'll see if he can deal with the craziness that is Meo.
Yeah, Meo has such a flair for the dramatic, and it's always really fun to watch. Now, I do have a little bit of insight into what's been going on in the world of Meo. I haven't played him myself recently, but other people have. And apparently he's been playing a mass muter style.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, it is new. I'm kind of excited to see it. I really don't want to play against it, but...
Well, we'll see if he does flaunt it here on his map of choice, and we're going to be loading into Jagannatha. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the Vietnamese Zerg player, the last King of the Sea, representing Team Gosu. It is MeomaikA. Oh.
And in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, playing for Psystorm, the new King of the Hill, this is Nicoract. What does that say? Energizing the guns?
Oh the game! The game!
Oh, the game. No, energizing the guns.
What does that mean? It's a Psystorm. There are no guns. They're Protoss.
Stimpack. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
God damn it. But MeomaikA doing something that's very akin to him, going for a 12 pool against Terran. I don't know many other Zerg players out there at this level of play that open quite like MeomaikA. Yeah,
so this is dirty. Because of the spawns, the reactor is going to be in the wall for Nicoract, and the 12 pool, I know this from experience only because I've played against MeomaikA's 12 pool. I wouldn't know this. The 12 pool gets there in time that the reactor doesn't finish if the Lings are on top of it.
Okay, and we'll see if Meo can get on top of that reactor or deny it in time, especially on a map like Jagannatha, where we do have speed zones in the middle of the map as well. We do see the Lings on the right-hand side avoiding the SCV scout, as Nicoract is none the wiser, and the Lings do manage to get across the map unscouted, unseen.
I'm thinking of reactor first, but anyway, crazy thing's still going to happen.
It's all good, Papi. It's all good, as the building SCV on the low ground is going to go down. There is no wall on the high ground either. A couple of SCVs will be falling. We will be delaying that depot.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 SCVs going down. We're also getting a really good amount of damage on the city. Oh, there's only 4 Lings, but this is going to be very, very close. Ideally, we're going to be forcing a cancel here, and I think we're going to get... Oh, that grenade is great, but yeah, we force the cancel. This is something that I've had this discussion so many times with Terrans. So the first time I ever played against a 12 pool, you know, you open up the strategy chat, you have a little whine about it, and you go like, oh, I can't beat this. Why is 12 pool good against Terran? Everyone told me it's bad. And everyone's like, yeah, it is bad. You just kill the Reaper. But what you have to know is you have to cancel the CC like as soon as you see the Lings. But since you don't play against 12 pool, it's really easy to forget that, even at this level.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we've been seeing it recently in some of these other strategies. We've been seeing a lot of like 12 pool proxy hatches against Protoss, and there've been like even like players like Hero and Classic that like don't really know how to react against it, and they kind of they fumble the ball a little bit in the moment. And yeah, likewise, I'm sure the same is happening here for Nicoract, because how often, or does anyone even do this on the European server? You know, like maybe Lorimbo, but even then, like he's maybe.
I feel like Blair's cheese is a little bit more more complicated though as
well. That's the thing, right? Like he's got some more like pizzazz to it, you know. Even I don't think he's 1 to 12 pool against Terran. So yeah, pretty good start here from MeomaikA, all things considered.
I feel like Bly would think of 12 pool as like brutish. Like he has the artisanal cheese, and this is like Macca's.
Yeah. I can see that. You know, you need a little bit more flair to it. You need, you know, link speed, maybe like a bailing drop or something, like something more. As we haven't seen Fly in a while. I do miss him. As MeomaikA is going for a very fast lair. Oh my god.
Yeah, definitely a fast lair coming down here. We'll be keeping an eye on the gas situation. Already taking a couple more. This doesn't necessarily mean mutas just yet, but muta is a pretty common transition out of 12 pool. And I do remember now, I have played against his mutas, but I forgot about it because it was weird.
As the Hellions are looking to dive on in, and they're going to be punishing MeomaikA. He doesn't have a lot of drones, so he doesn't have a lot of lings, and the drones are going to get roasted.
Yeah, fantastic move going up against 12 pool, just because that gas is so delayed, that link speed's delayed as well. Hellion dive often goes extremely well, and there we go, 10 drones going to be going down. A little bit of a delay on the follow-up with the Reaper, so not going to be getting any more damage than that, but 10 drones is just fantastic.
Yeah, not just 10 drones, but the lair timing has been scattered the gases as well. I was about to say that with 3 gases, this looks like a Hydra Den, but we'll see if he does go for Hydras or for mutas instead. Regardless, the economy of Meo is in the dumps.
Yeah, okay, it's going to be a Hydra Den, and oh, the Banshee is here. There's no spores for the Banshee. Man, that's rough.
Feels this may just be game-ending damage. I mean, how many drones have gone down already? 12 drones have already fallen. The Banshee can get even more damage done as well. At the same time, we do have a link counterattack, and Nicoract is a little bit distracted.
Yeah, very well-timed counterattack, but the bunker is there. It will be cleaned up, and that Banshee can get back to work. There is still no detection. The Overseer is going to be coming in on time, but these Queens still have to be in position.
Yeah, they are rotating over into the main base. It looks like this Banshee hasn't done too much. There was so much potential, but only 4 workers did go down. Banshee is going to be deflected, but it did even scout the Hydra Den.
Yeah, I mean, Nicoract, through his aggression, has scouted everything now. He knows exactly what's going on, and he's going to be pretty comfortable, I think, just to play a pretty standard Marine tank setup, considering how much damage that he's gotten done.
Oh, exactly. We do have the tanks soon to be on the way. 3rd CC behind this as well. And the Banshees, they're not done, by the way. Oh, we do catch a couple of transferring workers here at the 3rd base. Sure, there is detection, but it's slow. There's no spores whatsoever. MeomaikA, he's trying to cut corners. He doesn't want to waste workers because he barely has any of them to begin with.
Yeah, he has to be really careful that he doesn't lose any more workers here as go down. But he gets one of the Banshees, as this is just turning into an absolutely bizarre game. The Terrans definitely ahead here, but at the same time, it's so strange, it's so scrappy. Meo just drags you into the strangest games.
Yeah, exactly. He drags you down with him as the Banshee's wreaking havoc here in the main base. At the same time, Hellion dives into the natural, and even more drones are going down. The Banshees are being cleaned up, the Hellion as well, but we get 10 more worker kills.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Nicoract doing a really good job of exploiting these openings that MeomaikA has, not getting too thrown off by the weirdness of what he's doing and continuing to just play his game.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, any kind of lead that MeomaikA was looking for, any kind of surprise factor is now gone. Nicoract behind this with a solid third base going up. Tanks in production 1-1 as well. And MeomaikA is going for one big push, one big timing with Lings and Hydras.
Yeah, only MeomaikA would be able to pull out a push like this from that kind of situation. And This could get a little bit dicey here. There's only one tank, it looks like, that's in position. We have the second one, so this is the time for MeomaikA to go. The Lings need to get on top of the tanks.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like the first tank is going to be going down, but the second tank is behind the army, and it looks like Nicoract is going to completely shut this down.
Yeah, he confidently stims ahead into those Hydras. GG is called, and Nicoract with very solid harassment to come back from that 12 pool.
Oh, GG, well played. Such a wild game, so very back and forth. As you were saying, the 12 pool was doing a good amount of damage, but then things very quickly got out of control with the Hellions and the Banshees. And even though MeomaikA was going for a crazy follow-up for those Hydras, like, there was just so much less power behind it just because of how crippled the economy was for the Zerg.
I really wanted to see Mass Muta. I wanted it.
Feels bad, man. Unfortunately, that's one of the downsides of this event, and that is the fact that it's a best of one. Only a best of one, so one and done. MeomaikA is going to have a brief appearance tonight, but is now going to be eliminated. Nicoract maintains his lead, holds onto his crown. That's his second win under his belt.
Yeah, that's some good stuff coming out from Nicoract there, but who will be the next challenger? Do we have to move somewhere?
Oh, wait,
traveling.
Wait, pack your bags, Papi. We're going back to Europa, Papi, to Europa.
Okay.
Going back to the Eskimos.
The Eskimos? Europe's a big place, like.
No, one server, you know, it's fine, it's don't worry about it.
Igloo, that's what they call it.
Oh god. But we're actually going to be seeing a player that we haven't seen in a while, actually. I'm pleasantly surprised. I'll be honest, I thought that they may have retired. But we have another European player, I believe a European... Oh, sorry. Try to head on over.
What's going on? Is it a Protoss? Is it a Polish Protoss?
It's a Zerg. It's a Zerg player. And I don't think you can guess who it is because we haven't casted him in a long time.
Have I casted him ever?
I don't think so.
A Zerg player.
A Zerg player from Europe that is not one of the regulars, so he's not like Mixu or Eva's a Protoss anyway.
And not Young Yakov.
Not Young Yakov, you know, not Soul Spirit. I don't know if you would have guessed that.
That would have been a good guess.
Yeah, that would have. I should have left him in.
No clue.
No clue. Okay. I don't even know if you remember this name. It is going to be a Zerg player from Belarus, Nikich.
Oh, it rings a bell. No, I feel like I have casted him maybe once.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, he used to be more of a regular in these online events, but not so much recently. So yeah, it's great to see him once again. I'm definitely looking forward to this match. I'm looking forward to see how he does compare to a player like Nicoract, as Nikich is more of an up-and-comer player in the middle of the pack, like the ones that we just mentioned, like your Mixus, like your Young Yakovs, that kind of player.
Oh, it's going to be a Nick versus Nick. That's definitely not going to get confusing.
True. And actually, it looks like there's a new tournament series. I'm unfamiliar with this. It's a tournament called the Astra Cup. And recently, Nikich did 3-0 Nicoract in the finals.
Okay. So we got a revenge match.
True.
Is the Astra Cup? I know there's a player named Astra. Is it run by Astra?
That's a good question.
Like a European version of the Universal Titan Cup?
Yeah. It is run by Astra, yeah.
Let's go. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's really sick, especially considering that, I don't know if you know much about Astra, but he's like 12 years old. Like he's...
Isn't he the one that says meow at the start of games?
That's
he has a few of those.
That's Night Phoenix.
Astra does it too.
Yeah, he does. You're not wrong, Pop. You're not wrong. They're both
animals.
They're both cat girls. I have confirmation.
Oh, yeah.
No, uwu, Papi, uwu.
Okay. No, aye. Uwu. Okay, I understand.
There you go. You need to speak their language, Papi. You need to speak their language.
I don't want to become one of them.
Have you seen what's been posted in Discord today?
No.
Oh,
that's a very general question.
Okay. Sorry, we're actually going back to the Americas. Nikich is having some connection issues, so we will be featuring Nikich maybe a little bit later on tonight. We're going back to North America. But Night Phoenix has been posting photos, selfies on Twitter, and he brought some cat ears to Home Story Cup, and he's been he's been getting people to wear them. And he's been taking photos.
You just tagged me in it, didn't you?
Yeah. It's Harstem and Roddy as well. They're both
Oh boy.
Hi.
Harstem is big.
Oh yeah. The boys from the Netherlands, they're big, papi. They're big.
The cat people. This is what happened. I remember when you wanted me to play Final Fantasy, and you were like, "There's cat boys and cat girls. You're gonna like it." I'm like, what? What gave you this idea about me?
Oh my god! What do you mean? You're a cat. You're literally Rufus
I own cats. Yeah. Doesn't that make me like want to make it weird even less?
you want to dominate? Oh, I see, papi. I see. Okay. You don't want to be the cat boy. You want to own the cat boy. Oh.
I guess so. He's just a cat, you know?
Uh-huh.
You don't have to make it weird.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Speaking of weird, introduce the player.
Oh, true. Spawning here in the top right-hand corner of the map. It is our Korean Terran hailing out of Japan for K10. This is HonMonO.
Oh, you mispronounced his name, papi.
Honorable Macro.
Oh, let's go.
He's not macroing. Honorable.
Spotting in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient Sister, and we have his opponent. We have the current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. The red Terran player from Psystorm Gaming. It is Nicoract.
Maybe he is. Why is his depot though?
Mate, look. HonMonO's like MeomaikA, okay? He does things a little bit different at times, you know? He's got his own twist, his own angle. That's why he's hung, papi. That's why he's hung.
I think he's Raxix banding. This is wild. I don't think I've ever seen someone Raxix ban without a wall.
This is why we need to cast together more often. We need to cast more HonMonO together, papi. Because it's just I need your brain to break a little bit every now and then. It's good.
Yeah, it's a bit cursed. I don't know how I feel about this, but either way, we are going to be getting that scouting coming out from Nicoract here, and we were talking about it before. He's a bit of a TVT specialist, but HonMonO is not your average Terran. He has some pretty weird approaches to the matchup, as we can see in full effect here. Going for, oh my goodness, okay, this is a Pez build.
This doesn't get scattered either, as the SCV is going to be distracted here on the low ground. We have a Tech Lab first from the Honorable for is this Fast Stim or Marauders? Yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Marauders, yeah.
Okay.
So
explain.
Yeah, this is actually a Pez build. I don't know how HonMonO came to the same build, but maybe
sure
they actually played each other.
Are you sure it's a Pez build, or did Pez take it from HonMonO?
It's probably some random on the Korean ladder, but I think they probably took it both from the same like mid 4Ks Terran on the Korean ladder or something. That's where you get the best builds.
Yeah.
But yeah, he even skips his first unit to get a much faster CC. So this is an incredibly fast CC. It is going to be delayed here a little bit, but these Marauders basically keep you safe from most kind of Reaper pressures that can be happening in the early game.
As the Reaper is diving into the main base, going to try and focus down to that SCV, and it looks like the SCV will not go down. Ooh, that was close.
As oh my goodness, he's going into a 3 racks. This is bizarre.
Oh my god! I mean, we'll see if it is going to be 3 racks. Maybe he throws down the 4th racks. It is HonMonO. As he is going to be looking to saturate his bases, as you were saying. Stim is on the way across the map. Nicoract going to be getting into his own 1-1-1. Did make an abundance of Reapers, and you were saying earlier that these Marauders are ideal against defending against them. We'll see if Nicoract can test that and can actually find some damage.
I have to tell you, I think HonMonO is dead. I think it's over.
Wait,
the era of HonMonO.
Oh, he's only HonMonO against Zerg. He only macros against Zerg. When he macros, he plays mech.
That's not true. He proxy 3 racks. Like every series I've ever seen.
That's fine.
He's an animal.
He is an animal. Yeah. He's Hon 8.
Okay.
He's Hon 8.
Wait, and he's getting double react. Okay, this is crazy.
Oh my god. Okay, we got double reactors on the way here for HonMonO. We do have the eBay as well for +1. Nicoract isn't going to be diving in. It looks like he's respecting the positioning here of these Marauders. He's just looking to contain his opponent, and he's working towards a 3rd CC behind this.
Yeah, so Nicoract's going to be trying not to overreact too much. Just play something more standard, get that very fast. Oh my god, that third CC is insanely fast. This is a very intelligent response, just because HonMonO's army is very good defensively, but it's not that great aggressively just yet. So there is a good window here where Nicoract can skip all of his units and just go straight into that grid, and he should be able to stabilize before this push hits.
Yeah, on top of that, the Reapers, they dive into the main base, they get a decent scout off, they do get eyes on the production on those Raxes. So Nicoract has a better idea of what he's going to be up against. And as you were saying, if Nicoract is able to survive this initial push, he will be in a pretty damn good position.
I have to say, I'm not really sure if I would know what this was, even if I scouted it.
That's fair, Papi. That's fair. As we do see a bit of a scan as well. The tanks have been spotted. Pretty good positioning here from Nicoract, all things considered. And HonMonO is looking for another way in as we do get another scan.
Yeah, at this stage, it's a little bit weird trying to work out what to do here as HonMonO. I don't think you can really push into those tanks, but you do have full map control. And I mean, there's no way that Nicoract can go for any kind of move out. I don't think he can really take his 3rd anytime soon either.
Yeah, I'd imagine now would be a really good moment for HonMonO to get his own 3rd, especially because he did see that CC with the scan. So interesting that he hasn't opted to do so. He's still focusing on army production. He's got his factory now, should be working on the starport soon as well. And yeah, he's not looking to take advantage of that map. Oh, there we go. As we do throw down a 3rd CC on location.
Yeah, definitely needs to be on location here, and that's how you're going to make use of this advantage. But at the same time, we already have an orbital finish for Nicoract, and that's just building up energy here. He's going to be able to start adding on his Raxes, adding on his eBays, and he should be able to catch back up. I mean, there's a reason that we don't usually see 3 racks in this matchup, and it's because, I mean, tanks usually keep you safe enough that you can just get your economy up, and by the time you actually get into bio, you have enough economy to catch back up.
Yeah, like to be fair though, I understand what HonMonO is doing. He keeps scanning, by the way, and I like that Nicoract, he's actually like slow pushing with his tanks. Like he's being very careful with his movement. HonMonO, he's looking for the unsiege. He's like, is that siege fight? He wants to dive in. I can feel it.
He's not looking.
And hey, if he ever does catch that moment, then maybe it can work out well for him. But you know, as time goes on, Nicoract, his army is getting more and more robust, and yeah, these Marauders aren't going to be as impactful as they otherwise would have been.
Yeah, I mean, the first medevacs are on the way now for HonMonO, and this is where he can start to, you know, get a bit more creative with what he's doing here. I could see him maybe setting up a siege on the low ground and start in with those medevacs. We do just have these consistent scans coming down just to make sure he's keeping an eye on what is going on here. I do feel like Nicoract, I guess I like that he's keeping the Ravens because he can disable the tanks eventually, but I kind of would have liked him to send those across and go for a bit of harass with them.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a good opportunity for him. Alas, instead, he's just much more careful. I don't blame him either, right? Like, he wants to make sure he doesn't get caught with his pants down against HonMonO. We do see HonMonO trying to punish that mineral line, does chip away at some of those workers. We do see another force being set up here in the middle of the map that we're going for a double drop.
It's one of those really weird situations as Terran where you come across, or as in any race, you come across a really weird build like this and you're like, I don't think I have to respect this. Like, he looks very confident, so maybe I should respect it, but I really don't think I have to respect it.
Oh god, and we'll see if he does as the double jump is looking to dive into the main base. There are some Vikings patrolling, and it looks like HonMonO will be able to react in time. He doesn't lose the medevacs.
Yeah, great reactions by HonMonO despite initiating his own pressure. He is able to catch on to what was happening there, but I mean, Nicoract is deflecting everything. We saw Nicoract play a really good aggressive game, and now he's playing a very strong defensive game. Oh my god, he made it planetary this third. What is going on?
He's an animal, Puppy. Planetary at the third, we have a fourth base on location as well. Nicoract, he goes for a scan, doesn't quite catch the fourth base, so he's not fully aware of what HonMonO is up to as, yeah, he just continues to work on his bio army. We did see a good chunk of Marines taken down earlier, but...
Friendship ended with HonMonO. Nicoract is my new best friend.
Aye. Look,
The PF on the side is just... Don't stop looking at it. I don't want to see it.
I want you to feel my... I feel the same way whenever I see a planetary at the third in ZBT as well. It's like, oh, you're an animal. Feels bad.
I'm going to call out barcodes because they deserve it. There's a 5.2 barcode on NA who does mech with a PF at his third.
Yeah.
I hate that guy.
Yeah. I can tell you,
there's
plenty of 4K Terrans that do that as well. Let me tell you, Papi. Yeah.
That's pain.
Oh my god. But yeah, we got a planetary on the way at the fourth as well, mate. We don't need orbital. We don't need scans. We don't need CC. Like, we don't need mules. Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it.
I do really like how HonMonO is playing this. How he's kind of using this. This is a bit of a crazy move to go for. He is using this map control that he has to stop Nicoract from taking a fourth and to get his own fourth on location. So he has turned what was a pretty dicey situation into a good one. And looks like one of those medevacs is going to be going down, and the plans of HonMonO starting to fall into place now.
Yeah, I like how you're putting it. He knew what he was doing. it's all coming together. Yeah,
it's working out, but
yeah,
I hope it doesn't.
Oh god, as Nicoract, he's being contained. As you were saying, we have a 4th CC on the way, still in production, and HonMonO behind this has been able to take a pretty big economic lead, working on his own fifth base. Third CC 3-3 is on the way as well, and yeah, we'll see if Nicoract can break free as he's looking to take a fight here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, big anti-armor missile going to be going down on these units. Definitely good to get that Raven energy in use, as they have been full for quite a while.
Yeah, definitely. But at least the 4th base is soon to be taken. HonMonO has Max, so has his opponent. And now we get to take stock a little bit as to what we're looking at. Nicoract does have a tank lead. And oh my god, he is turtling up heavily here at his 3rd base.
Yeah. I really like this. I think this is a great move. Just turtle up these bases really hard with tanks and turrets, and then you can basically do whatever you want with the Marines. They don't have to stay back home, so you can start getting aggressive with those, start dropping with them, set up even this kind of multi-prong here where he sees where the army is and he attacks where it's not. I do think this is where Nicoract can start to get out on the map.
Yeah, as you say that, he is looking to move out with his army. Does get scanned, so it looks like Nicoract has been spotted by HonMonO. We can see him trying to rotate around. He's looking to push through the center of the map. There's only one tank in position, and he goes down.
Okay, so HonMonO just sharking around, looking for pickoffs here. I'm a little bit worried for him. He only has 6 tanks, and we have a lot of disables here for Nicoract, so he could potentially look to siege up on this.
He can definitely take a fight, and HonMonO's going to have to respect that. Looking at the units again, Nicoract also has the Viking advantage as well, so he has the air superiority. The one thing that HonMonO has going his way is his Marine count and maybe a bit of an upgrade timing, but his 3-3 isn't substantially ahead of his opponent in any meaningful way.
Yeah, and behind this as well, Nicoract's throwing down a lot of extra CCs. Actually, both players throwing down a lot of extra CCs. Both of them anticipating the late game. HonMonO is going to be going into that starport transition a lot earlier. I really like that, actually.
Yeah, 3 starports are on the way for those Liberators, for those Ravens. At the same time, a couple of medevacs get sniped as well. A bit of a loss for Nicoract. Not the biggest of losses, though, as he still preserves his tank count. He's under no threat of dying anytime soon. We are just all getting ready for that late game, and I guess we're kind of waiting to see when Nicoract, if at all, decides to throw down those starports.
Yeah, I mean, Nicoract is going to be stuck here on these 4 bases, and HonMonO, he's fine with that. He's just adding on CC after CC. Oh my god, 7 CCs in production here, so once those all get turned into orbitals, he can start to throw away some of his SCVs. He pretty much just needs gas SCVs, and he can do the rest with mules, so he is taking advantage of his map control.
Oh, as we do get a couple of kills in these CCs at the same time, HonMonO, he's going for the base trade. He takes down the 3rd base of Nicoract. Every single worker is going to be going down. Can he make his way into the natural? There aren't that many tanks, but they do come out of the production.
Yeah, where are the tanks of Nicoract? And this does get really scary. As much as Nicoract is getting some really solid damage, this is the advantage of HonMonO just having such a ridiculous amount of CCs. He can afford to lose a few of these.
He lost a lot though, bear that in mind. He just lost 4 bases. 4 full bases were killed. We do see HonMonO turning back around. He's going to be eventually cleaning this up, but he did lose quite a little bit in the process.
Yeah, these Marines, just kids in a candy shop, can't work out what they want to take out next, and with that, Nicoract is going to be starting to move out. Still has those full energy Ravens, but HonMonO's tank count is a bit more healthy.
Yeah, exactly. He's up to those 11 tanks. He's a little more active with them. Nicoract does leave a good chunk of his tanks back at home, so he doesn't have everything to fight here on the front lines. He's looking for a way in. Both players just looking to scan each other, looking to try and catch each other off guard.
This is the phase of the game where you start to hate your opponent in TVT. This is where you're kind of just like bouncing back and forth, forcing sieges, forcing sieges, just taxing each other's multitask. And it's kind of like it's the later rounds of the boxing match where you're just seeing who has more will to win, who can take more punches, really. Who can be annoyed more.
This is why you like the ape in TVT, Papi. I
do.
I understand, Papi. I feel the same about ZVC with Lurker v Lurker. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's just like someone poking you in the face over and over again, and the first person to like get annoyed and lash out. Actually, this is what it's like. Have you got siblings? Have you got like a little brother or a little sister?
I do not.
Okay. Well, you're just gonna have to imagine.
Yeah.
It's like having a little brother just keeps poking you over and over and over again. But if you ever lash out and hit back, that's when they're like, "Mom," and then you get in trouble. So you can't.
Yeah, I understand. Who's mom in this situation?
Well, if you're brothers, then you share a mom.
No, who is mom is what I'm saying, cut.
Oh. I think Maru.
Oh, okay. Maru's mom can confirm. As we do see both armies trading a little bit here, Nicoract bleeding out a couple of those tanks, is looking to lay in siege upon these northern bases, and HonMonO cannot engage. Looks like he may be looking to go for a base trade, but no, the tanks getting caught out.
Oh, the tanks are getting caught out. This Marines are very overstimmed. They will be going down fast. The armor shred ensures that the same thing is going to be happening with HonMonO, and wow, all the Marines, they do survive for Nicoract. That was a fantastic move. He did, catch HonMonO. He caught him out, poking him in the face, and he told on Maru, and Maru said, "You have been good, Nicoract. You get the tanks."
You've been good.
I guess so. I don't know. The analogy's falling apart. As HonMonO is going to be sieging on top of these tanks, and Nicoract is getting a little bit too eager here.
Yeah, and the tank's going to get reset, and just like that, HonMonO also tells on Dad. And now there's domestic violence.
Oh no. I think Dad has to be dark.
Oh god, yeah, Daddy Dark. That makes sense. That's oh god. As we do see both players now with pretty similar supplies, HonMonO taking a bit of an advantage in the end. Nicoract's gonna be rotating around, looking for another fight, but Liberators have hit the field. The additional starports of HonMonO are coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the Viking advantage of HonMonO does start to get pretty scary, as you're saying. They're pretty much even on Marines and tanks, but the Vikings just mean that HonMonO is always going to have vision on the army without having to spend scans. And we do have this one tank of Nicoract just trapped, doesn't have room to siege up.
Oh, yeah, wasn't able to siege. You see the medevac is going to be going down one after the other. Liberator does get focused, and it looks like Nicoract, he's diving on forward. Ooh. He doesn't have any way to support his Marines, but he's kind of stuck here.
Yeah, he kind of backed himself into a corner here, and HonMonO, he has so many choices. He can surround this, he can go for his own counterattack, he can let the bases die. I mean, that's an option too. Yeah. As he is trying to find some damage down to the south, but he is a little bit unsure of where to go next.
Yeah, a lot of bases have gone down for HonMonO. You know what once was a good economy for both players is no longer there. Top left-hand base is now going to be under threat as well, and Nicoract is going to be able to clean this up. HonMonO coming in from behind. He wants to also try and secure this position, and with his reinforcements, he should be able to collapse on this, but the planetary goes down.
Yeah, it really feels like this little ragtag army of Nicoract shouldn't have been doing this much. It's like one of those, you know, daytime World War II movies, like Great Escape. Have you seen that?
Yeah. The
I don't think that's what happened.
That has nothing to do. What are you talking about? Like Saving Private Ryan? Is that what you're thinking of? Is that?
It's like one of those movies where it's just like a
Band of
very.
Brothers?
It's like this small like ragtag group of like lost army men, but they get like way too much done.
Yeah. You know, the Great Escape is about like escaping a prison. You know that, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But it's like a wartime prison.
Yeah. Have you seen MASH? Is it like MASH?
Yeah, it's like MASH, right?
Yeah. Is it?
Wait, isn't MASH? Aren't they doctors?
They are doctors. As GG gets caught, Nicoract finds his way into the main base and claws his way back in. HonMonO was losing a little bit too much too quickly, and GG gets called.
Yeah, I don't really know how Nicoract won that game, but he did. That was very well done. The A team of Marines and tanks there
you go.
managed to win the war.
The
They killed Hitler.
Oh god, God, what am I thinking of? Oh no.
Lawrence of Arabia.
No, I'm thinking of the other thing. I'm thinking of. Oh my god.
Oh, the other thing.
Oh, don't worry about it. I was trying to take it in a different direction.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
Oh god, it's fine. Don't worry about it. GG, well played. Nicoract does maintain his lead here. He holds on to his crown. It's very chaotic, all things considered, as we do head on over to the land of Europe. Very chaotic. I do think HonMonO was losing a little bit too much, though, as you mentioned. HonMonO, I want to say he lost like 8 CCs throughout the course of that game. Like, he was arguably a little bit careless with holding onto his fringe bases and a little bit more concerned with dealing counter damage, and he wasn't quite able to pull that off. That was a wild game.
That is true, but is Captain America a war movie?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Have you seen Captain America?
Is this... I've seen one of them. I don't know which one. I saw the one that has George St. Pierre in it, which was cool.
Who is that?
He's a very famous MMA fighter.
I know.
And they put him in a fight scene. And I was like, oh, a fight scene with someone who can fight. That's sick.
Is he like George Lopez?
No, I don't think so. He's George Lopez.
You don't what? No shot, mate. Okay, never mind.
That's a comedian. No. He's a fighter.
Okay. No, yeah, I know.
He's not very funny. He's French Canadian.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. That was the second movie. That was the Winter Soldier. Yeah, it's when they fight on the boat.
Yeah. They have a fight, and like the most. I gotta tell you, as someone who's done martial arts, the most annoying thing in movies is fight scenes where they're actors but not martial artists. It'd be like if there was like a StarCraft scene in a movie and they got bronze players to play it, and everyone was like
for sure
hyping about it.
For sure, yeah. I understand.
They're like, oh, he goes for the planetary at the third.
Oh my god. You're an animal. As we finally have the series that we've been waiting for. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go.
All right, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. He's on a bit of a streak now, and playing for Psystorm, this is Nicoract.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zurich player from the land of Belarus, representing Team Platoon. It is Nikich.
Oh. Yeah, okay. That's not how I was saying it in my head.
What are you saying? What? Nikki?
It's like Platoon. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Platoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that works, yeah.
Platoon.
Or like Platon.
What are you on, mate? Oh god. What was I thinking
I
of?
don't know, it just looks weird.
Yeah.
Like a movie?
What's that show? There's a show of like rednecks, of like hillbillies, and there's like...
Oh, the one with the car that jumps over the ravine?
Yeah, the one with the car that jumps over the ravine, and we get like a still shot image of it.
Yeah, Chad will get it.
Yeah, I like my brain just thinks Band of Brothers, and that's not it. That's
Dukes of Hazzard, yeah. Them Duke boys are at it again.
There you go. That's what I wanted to say.
Why?
I don't know.
What's that got to do with anything?
When you were trying to name groups of groups of men like getting stuff done, you know, just like Dukes of Hazzard. There you go. There you go.
Sons of Anarchy and Peaky Blinders.
Sasky and Hutch. There you go.
Peaky Blinders is good.
What the hell is Nicky Blinders?
Sure.
What?
Peaky Blinders.
I've never heard of that.
The Peaky Blinders. It's got Cillian Murphy. It's like Irish gang wars.
Oh, okay. There you go.
In the 20s, I want? No, not 20s. It's after the war. Might be the first war. Could be the 20s. It's good. I recommend it, but also, I'm sure you have this problem as well, where like Netflix shows are just like unnecessarily long.
Yeah.
It's very hard to commit to one.
For sure. Oh god.
Instead, I'm gonna have ladder sessions that are as long as the season of the show.
You're like, instead, I'm just gonna ladder at 3 a.m. in the morning. Oh, okay.
I would never do that.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying not to.
Yeah,
it does happen from time to time, but I try not to.
Oh god.
Sometimes you just gotta get that MMR back before you sleep.
Shaking my head. You never do though. It doesn't happen. It gets worse, Papi. The longer
it does actually happen sometimes.
It does?
That's why you have to stay up till like 3 or 4 a.m. You just go to bed at 1 if you are like giving up.
Okay. You wait for the better players to go to bed, and then you get all your MMR back.
Yeah. You get the Americans that have to play.
True. As things are popping off, by the way, Nicoract did go for a 30C before starport into a 1-1-1 setup. Meanwhile, Nikich is going for a 2-base lair.
Okay. Now, this is wild. You did say that he's a bit more of an old school player, and he's going for... I mean, this is just like this is pretty much a ZBZ. It is just a ZBZ 2-base roach, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I was assuming 2-base Muta, especially with all 4 gases being taken, but no, the Roach Warren has been thrown down. And this can go in a couple of different ways.
Nidus, surely.
Yeah, this can go into a Nidus or just Roach Speed. I'm definitely on the line of Nidus play, as we have an Overlord. 2 Overlords actually out on the map for Vision.
Yeah, this definitely feels like it's going to be a Roach Queen Nidus. This is the Livy B special. I have died to this many times. It's not a Nidus. Oh, it is a Nidus.
Yeah, it's just double down. Get both. We do see us get into the main. The lair has been spotted, and Nicoract, he is checking for the 3rd base. He checks the linear base location, confirms that there is nothing here. He goes for a 2nd scan and sees everything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if your opponent's on 2 bases, it's probably worth going for 2 scans, just because they're so far behind on economy, you just have to survive.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, does make plenty of sense with this. Nicoract now fully aware of what's going on. He's aware of the Nidus play. The first Nidus is going to be thrown, is soon to be on the way. But the Overlords are being spotted, and Nicoract, he sees everything.
Yeah, this is where it can get really tough, because I was going to say, you can still just go for the Nidus outside the base here, and I mean, having a look at what Nicoract has, it's going to be extremely hard to hold this. You end up with a lot of roaches and a lot of queens coming here, which can take, they can really take a lot of punishment from Marines and from SEVs pulled. You need to get tanks up to deal with this, and it just hits so early.
Yeah, it really does. And for the time being, there are no tanks. We do have a couple of Banshees, but detection is now available here. We do have a Nidus going into the main base as well. So far, we do have a little bit of a reaction. Boys are being pulled to deal with this.
I'm telling you right now, Livy Beast Roach Nidus hits with more than this.
You're like, this is not NA enough. I've seen this do more. I've seen this do better. Yeah,
Nicoract's doing a very good job keeping on top of the more dangerous Niduses here, but at the same time, we do have creep starting to be spread, and once that does get towards the front, he can go for this attack route, especially with all these Ravagers. We're getting pretty close to the amount of Ravagers to one-shot a bunker. I love the 3 bunkers here. Nicoract is taking this very seriously.
Yeah, we have 3 bunkers filled to the brim with units. We have a tank on the way. It's going to be out in a couple of seconds. Biles are going to be landing on one of said bunkers. The first bunker does go down. We have 2 more to take its place, and the Banshees can bully this back as well. Nikich, he's droning, he's expanding, he's trying to transition out of this.
Yeah, and this is nasty. I mean, we have enough Ravagers to start one-shotting these bunkers now. The tank is in position, so Nicoract's done a fantastic job buying himself time. If he didn't do such a good job denying all the Niduses coming up into his main, this definitely could have been hitting before he had the tank in position, but the 3 bunkers, they buy him enough time.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's solid here on his 2 bases. It's going to be so difficult for Nikich to try to break on through. He does send his Overlord in, but the Banshees are waiting for another Nidus. And again, Nikich is transitioning. He's going into Swarm Host. I'm feeling the Swarm Host spot.
Is he?
We got an infestation pit.
Yeah, I guess if he can contain him on 2 bases and then start sending in waves of Swarm Hosts, that does make sense. It's a little bit sad to see this happening to a Terran. It hurts me a little bit.
I mean, I would love for it to be Swarm Host, but I don't know if it is. Oh my god, the CC's gonna go down!
Oh, the base! Oh my goodness, the base goes down, and the fury of the Marines is incurred. They're going to be running after these roaches, but there's just a little bit too much here, and this has gotten so much done.
It really has. We can also go for Infestors, of course, for Fungals, and that's a more boring answer, but alas, it is going to be available. 3rd CC is going to be taken here at the natural location. There are the Infestors on the way. Scan confirms the 3rd base, but Nikich is actually finding a lot of damage here, a lot with a little.
Yeah, the Infestors are really interesting. They should be able to keep him safe if Nicoract ever gets a push going, but there's just so much here. I don't think Nicoract can really break out. Oh, he does get a little bit lucky that all of the Biles were spent there, or those tanks might have been able to be sniped.
100%. Those tanks are so bunched up, and they would have been so vulnerable to those Biles, but there were none available here, and Nicoract is now reestablishing that natural base, but the Roach Ravager is looking to push back on forward. 1-1 is on the horizon. The first 2 Infestors do pop out. They need a lot of time to gather energy, though, and the Nidus is being cleaned up.
Yeah, Nidus gets cleaned up, so no more reinforcements going to be coming in, and we have a bit of a slow push to try to break his way out of his own base and get his 3rd set up. Nikich just doing a really good job delaying him from doing that, just being annoying, spreading more creep, but he does have to be careful that he keeps his army together.
Yeah, he really does. As these queens are being hunted down, I don't think Nicoract has scouted the Infestors, as we have a backstab. The Roach Ravager slips into the natural base. There's nothing here to defend. The Marines, they turn back around, but the Roaches, they go for the workers.
Yeah, okay, looks like Nikich is going to be sacking these Roaches. Doesn't actually get that many SEVs with them, so not the most worthwhile trade. It would be nice if he can get this tank, but it looks like he is a little distracted at the moment.
Yeah, as he's going to try and focus it down, but no, the Roaches do get cleaned up. Meanwhile, Nicoract is moving out across them. How many tanks do we have? We have 5 tanks in total. A good chunk of Marines. Stim done. Combat shields +1 or 1-1 even. Now Nikich is going to be the defender, but he has banked up that energy. He has his Infestors ready.
Yeah, and he's going to need them as well. I feel like he might not have enough Ravagers to deal with these tanks if they get in a very good position. But it is, of course, the Marines that are going to have to push the pace of this push.
Oh my god, exactly. As the tanks are edging closer. The first tank is going to be going down to those Biles, but oh, we do get in range. A good volley on those Roaches already go off.
Yeah, and you can see how good the Infestors are here. Nicoract has to be so careful. He can't just run forward with all of... He has to split off small groups forward so that he doesn't just get everything fungled, and that means his tanks are more vulnerable.
Yeah, meanwhile, we did actually miss one of those Biles, so the tanks are going to be able to hold on a little bit longer, but there we go. The tanks should now go down, and without those tanks, Nicoract, he's lost so much firepower, he can't really break on through. These Banshees are getting a decent amount of damage done. They do pick off a couple of those Ravagers, but they get fungled.
Yeah, the Fungal and the Bile are going to be taking those out. Meanwhile, we do have a Nidus in the main. We have a massive fungal on all of the Marines, and Nikich is going to be doing a good job here, but Nicoract keeps some of those Marines back. He's going to take some decent trades, but I think this will eventually get cleaned up.
Yeah, it gets cleaned up, and as you were saying, the Nidus into the main base, nothing quite to fill into it. But regardless, the main army has gone down, and Nicoract, he is going to attempt to try to take a 3rd base from here, but the Roaches, they get into the main.
Yeah, Rich is getting in. We have a couple tanks here, but the Ravage is getting on top of those. They're going to be sniping down the first one, Biley the second one as well. So both of those going to be going down. This base now belongs to Zerg, but is there enough roaches? There is. GG is called. And that was some wild play from Nikich.
That was crazy. GG, well played. Congratulations as Nikich takes down the king and is the new king of the hill.
Yeah, so Nicoract finally felled, and by some very strange, very creative play. I am excited to see more of what Nikich has, because that was something we don't see every day.
Yeah, especially from Europe. We don't really get too many aggressive Zerg players in this region, so it's great. It is a nice breath of fresh air, and Nikich is going to be able to claim that throne, claim that crown for himself, and we'll see how deep he can go here, as it's going to be on a... Huh?
We don't have to pause that much on this. Stop.
I thought you had something to say. Are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just suggesting a lot.
Oh, you just want him to go deeper. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Into the tournament.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. You can keep saying what you were saying now.
I don't think it matters anymore. It's fine.
You can't even think of it anymore.
No,
the blood has left your head.
No, it's still there. It's still there. It's always been there, Poppy.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
What's coming up next, lad? Please.
Oh god. Well, we have plenty of players ahead of us. Quickly checking the bracket as well, because we have had quite a number of matches already. It's all kind of blazed past. I'll be honest, I do think that the brain kind of left us a little bit with HonMonO versus Nicoract, but that was the 6th match. We still have plenty more ahead of us, and we're still looking for a challenger. Oh.
Do we have Eba?
Mate, fun fact. At the very start of the tournament, I showed up in game, and Eba messaged me. He's like, "Wait, what's going on?" And I'm like, oh, "It's King of the Hill, Poppy." He's like, "Fuck." He's like, "God damn it, I forgot, Poppy. I forgot." And I'm like, "Just gotta get some breakfast, you animal. Just get out of here. Get out of here."
Isn't this I think this is his like. Special English breakfast, like the full shebang day.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever there's OSC King of the Hill, that's when he gets his beans, his sausage, his tomatoes, his toast.
The bacon and eggs, the avocado, the mushrooms.
It's good stuff. Like I'm envious, Poppy.
I'd actually love a full breakfast. I feel like that's one of those things that you can eat at any time of the day.
Yeah, for sure.
Hash brown. But like one of those proper ones, you know, the big sinewy ones.
Yeah.
Like a big log.
Big. As we're getting into our next match. And we had a TBT earlier, a couple of TBTs earlier, to be fair, and now we're gonna balance things out, Asher. You know, we need some balance here in the cast. We have your favorite matchup, a ZBZ.
I love the quote. Before we say that it's a ZBZ, like, I just have to remind you that we've had some TBTs today.
Multiple. We had like a 30-minute one with the HonMonO thing was literally siege lines, okay?
Fair is fair. Now the rest of the games are going to be ZBZs.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you like ZBZ?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. As spawning here in the top right-hand corner of the map for Berserker Esports. We recently saw him taking down some wins in the World Team League. It is Mixu.
I should reiterate, though, I don't like playing ZBZ. I hate it.
Okay.
I despise it. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the red Zerg player, the current King of the Hill, representing Team Platoon. It is Nikich.
Do you really play ZBZ? I feel like you just play Lingbane.
Yeah. No, you know the light opener? I haven't done the light opener in a long time. I've actually just been like catch gas pooling. Yeah, and I hate it so much.
How's the 12 pool defense going?
We don't talk about that.
Is it good?
That's fine. It's good.
It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you tell your 13-12s from your 12s, from your 12-11s?
No, I just go for the same reaction. I just flip coins, mate. I flip them all.
Okay.
But yeah, I was gonna say that thing that I personally don't like about ZVZ. I don't like it when players are apes. I don't like it. It's like it's like the opposite of you in TVT. You know, I either want Ling Bane or I want Roach versus Roach or I want Muta versus Muta. I don't want anyone to make any lunkers in ZVZ. I don't want.
You don't like seeing them like this.
Yeah.
It's like when I saw HonMonO getting the PF at the third.
Yeah, exactly. It breaks my heart every time.
Yeah, like I thought I knew him, and then he made lurkers in ZVZ.
Yeah. He's an animal, pal. He's an animal. It's so smooth.
How do you feel about 3-point?
I don't have to play against him, so it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Just throw him under the bus.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure you enjoyed watching Chappie versus 3-point as well. You know, like I think we're.
I mean, I'm always down to watch Chappie suffer, but it was pretty bad.
It was great. As Nikich is going for an all-in, by the way, he goes for a very fast Evo Chamber. +1 melee's on the way. Link speed should be on the way soon as well. They're going to be lined up with each other for a massive Link flood.
Yes, he hasn't really started pulling those Lings yet. He is going to be making things pretty normal, at least so far. Just shows a couple Lings at the front here, and I think the rest are going to be starting to pull up in the main. I love this Evo at the front as well. If he can start to fake out this wall and make it look like he's going for a standard 2-base build, it's definitely going to help sell it.
100%. I want to say who did this. I think Young Yakov did this against Dark a couple of weeks ago in the big upset in OSC, the midseason playoffs, where Young Yakov 2-0 Dark. And this was one of those builds where he was able to sell that story. He was able to deceive Dark, and likewise, Mixu, he cancels that Bailey Nest to go straight for the Roach Warren. Uh-oh.
That feels bad.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about ZBZ, but that feels bad.
Well, I mean, he scouts 2-base Roach. That's the thing. And if you scout 2-base Roach, a Bailey Nest is useless to you. You want to cancel it because your opponent is, delaying their Bailings as well. And that's exactly what Nikich wants his opponent to do, because he's going to be flooding Lings behind this. And without Bailings, Mixu is going to have a hard time holding.
So this is just like Giga Turbo Brain by Nikich.
Yeah.
I would hate ZBZ.
Yeah.
This kind of thing would actually trigger me so much. There we go, the Lings do get in. He sees all of the Lings that are coming his way, looks like just a few seconds extra notice, and this is where the panic starts to set in. The Bailey Nest is being thrown down immediately. I think we're going to be having to get a backup wall for this wall as well.
Yeah, exactly. As Nikich is looking to try and bust into the natural base, the Bailey Nest is nowhere near done. By the way, the Queens are in a pretty good position, but they don't have enough energy for Transfuse.
Yeah, and that means these Lings are going to be starting to go down. We do have the Roaches getting in here to help defend, and that doesn't mean that we have to do something about this wall pretty quickly. It looks like Nikich is going to redirect his attention over to the third.
Yeah, third base is going to be going down. These Roaches and Queens are going to be a little bit exposed, so he can potentially try and surround them, but no, he's going to back off behind this. Nikich, I believe he went for a very fast lair. Yep, he's going into 2-base Muta.
Interesting. So it looks like the Roaches actually didn't work out too badly for Mixu in the end, but losing the third's pretty painful.
Yeah, that third means that Mixu doesn't really have the economic advantage that he otherwise would have had with this build. He does have Roaches, so he could potentially go for a counterattack, but without Roach speed, without his own lair, it's going to be difficult to really be active on the map. And for the time being, Nikich is getting away with his Spire. So far, it has been unscouted.
I have heard that mutas are cheating in ZBZ as well.
No, yeah, that's also why I hate ZBZ. Yeah, that's the best thing. I only like it if we're both making mutas, but not if only one of them is making mutas. Then I don't like it.
So do you enjoy the muta war games against Libby B?
Yeah, I do. I think I've said that publicly. Okay. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Is it because you win?
Even when I lose, I like it. To be fair.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's good.
And then mutas are fun, but it's just not that many situations that you get to use them in.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Yeah. So the Roaches have shown up. The Roach Warren of Nikich is going to be going down. as Mixu is not going to be able to bust on through here. The mutas are on the way, and with these mutas, we should be able to not just shut down the roaches, but also take down all of these overlords.
The way that roach worm was like
pulsating,
wiggling and shaking as it was getting shot reminds me of that gif from what's that movie called? Is it called The Goons?
The Goonies?
The Goonies, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know the gif I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
In the live feed.
Okay. Is it safe for work?
Oh. I don't know. I guess so.
Oh, okay. As the mutas are revealed, they're going to be able to hunt down these roaches as we speak. Again, Nikich is going to be looking to just claim all this map control. Back at home, Mixu should be able to hold on. And oh my god, I've not seen that. Oh my god. What is happening? What is happening
That's
to
what
that
the Rage
boy?
Roam was doing.
He's freaking out, Papi.
He is.
Is he trying to take it off?
I don't really know.
Oh. Okay.
I thought it was like a Scarface situation where he's getting like shot by the bullets and is like wiggling around.
Okay. It
doesn't matter.
I'm gonna close this.
Okay, that's fine. As we do have more mutas coming on out here. The defense from Mixu has been really solid. I feel like he's been able to put together last minute defenses for pretty much everything that Nikich has been able to throw at him, and with that he does have a pretty healthy advantage now.
Yeah, he's got a Hydrogen, he's got his spores already up and running. Again, he has been supply blocked quite a bit, but he's going to be able to break free from said supply block, and he's going for all the right moves. We have an Infestation Pit on the way. This is going to be for a Hive. This is going to be for Vipers to help Parasitic Bomb and shut down these mutas. Oh, it looks like the Hydra's out of position, though, and a couple of these Queens are going to be going down.
Yeah, Queen's going to be getting pressured. I do have to wonder. Oh, I do wonder. You said that you don't like when Zerg players go for lurkers. You get muted. Is it allowed now?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, okay. The rule's already been broken. He went mutas and you didn't.
Yeah, okay.
So it's...
So you're just trying to survive.
Yeah, exactly. They're asking for it, Papi. They're asking for it. They want it.
As are these Hydra's going to be getting on top of these mutas. It looks like Nikich was trying to take a fight while some of them were out of position, but we have quite a lot more, and we have Infestors on the way. I love this. Ooh. Especially if they don't get shown early. One fungal can just spell the end of all of these mutas.
Yes, this is going to be a really interesting choice. This is going to be a bit of a band-aid solution here because, of course, Infestors can also have a hard time keeping up with mutas. They're not as mobile as, say, these air units like the Viper. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a bit of a roach counterattack, but no, Lings do keep up with them, and likewise, the mutas don't find too much damage in the main.
Do you remember that game on Oxide? I think it was Soul Spirit versus Laser or something like that, where one of them basically had the game completely won with mass muta, and then the other one almost made the most insane comeback of all time with just Infestors.
That rings a bell. That does ring a bell.
I can't remember who it was. That was a banger of a game. That's the only good CBC that's ever happened.
You're an animal, Pop. You're an animal. Oh my god. Oxide, that's a while ago. That's years ago at this point.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, don't tell me that.
That's like, what, 2 ladder map pools ago? 3 ladder map pools ago?
Yeah. 2, I think.
2, okay. You sure?
I like pretending that I've only been playing this game for like a year.
Oh. Boy, that's copium, mate. What are you on about?
It is copium. Massive cope. As we have this big Baneling attack rolling on in. Oh, the fungal on the Banelings. Clutch move there, saving all the drones.
Yeah, at the same time, we got Lings in the main, Lings in the natural base as well. We have Mixu. We have Nikich all over the place. And the drones, they come back into the mutas. Up. Oh, never mind.
Imagine if they were Banelings. But Mixu's defense has been extremely solid so far. Losing only 9 drones amongst all the chaos that was happening there, I think is a very nice outcome for him as the supplies swing wildly in his favor.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what the mutas, they're hunting now. Those Infestors, both of them will go down for the price of 1 muta. Not a bad pick up here, but he loses the second muta towards the end, and Mixu is committing to his counterattack. As you were saying, he did have a massive supply advantage earlier, and the Roach Ravager has arrived.
Yeah, Mixu charges on forward. We have a lot of the Banelings. Those will be extremely good against the Hydras, so it's important Mixu defend the Hydra and then splits those Hydras back, and he is doing a good job of that.
Yeah, exactly. The Hydras, they do stand strong. The Mutas are being forced back time and time again, and Nikich, he cannot contest against this Roach Hydra army. He's just too strong, too robust. And Mixu, he's fighting back. He's looking to take down the King. GG gets called. Mixu takes down Nikich.
Yeah, Mixu gets 1 G.
Oh.
But if he gets 2 more in the next game, then he'll have... That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It is cool.
I just want him to have more Gs. You actually, I wanted to ask you about this. You get so upset when you get single Gs. When you're laddering and you're like, G?
1 G? Mate. When they 1 G after like a long, like 25, 30 minute game, mate, they deserve it. What are you talking about, mate? What are you talking about?
I forgot what's the clown word? It's not pagliacci, it's
Payaso.
Payaso.
Yeah. There you go. Oh my god. They're animals, Papi. They're animals. Do you 1 G, people? Do you 1 G?
No.
No.
It's GG or nothing. No 1 Gs.
Oh god. Fair enough. Yeah, congratulations. Go on.
Are you gonna think of that GIF every time you see a Roach Warrior now?
I want to forget it very quickly. It's disturbing to me. I don't know, because I don't know what's happening to that poor child. Like he's, it doesn't look voluntary. It looks like there's like an exorcism taking place. Something crazy is going on.
He's just having fun. This is what kids used to do back in the day
to
entertain themselves before StarCraft.
Yeah, before the ticking tock, before the StarCrafts.
The ticking tock. Such a boomer, lad. You're a boomer in a millennial body.
True. Aye. But yeah, the kids, they could be free. They could take their shirts off and wiggle and jiggle.
He's dancing. He's just not very good at dancing.
Oh god. Unfortunately, Mixu, his reign here is going to be a bit of a shorter one, as he does get taken out by his fellow European Zerg player. You're talking about it earlier, but Mixu has been looking pretty damn good recently. Had a pretty damn good showing in WTL only 2 weeks ago. So yeah, really cool to see him once again excelling here, once again doing well.
Yeah, Mixu looked really solid in that game. Basically, I feel like some of the situations that he got into were not ideal, and he still made the defenses look good. So he just seems to be in really good form at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Very solid play overall from Mixu. Initially, things were looking a little bit scary for him, but as you're saying, he's able to bring it all back in the end. And yeah, with that, he's gonna be our new King of the Hill, and we're going to be taking a moment here to figure out who his opponent is going to be, who his next challenger is going to be. So we'll take a moment to figure that out. And, yeah, we have a moment to ourselves, Papi.
Oh, okay. Who's going to face Mixu next? Who do you think? Is it going to be a Polish Protoss? I feel like it has to be, right?
Are there any Polish Protosses at Home Story Cup?
It's a good question.
There's got to be at least one.
There has to be, surely. Yeah. There's so many.
There are.
There's not Eba.
True.
I'm out of Polish Protosses.
No Eba. Have you been tuning into Home Story Cup, by the way? Today is day two of Home Story Cup, and it started last night.
I watched a bit yesterday. Okay, there's Gerald. Gerald's actually the only one. I watched a bit of the group that Kellezer and Huston were in, which 2 Zergs come out, of course, naturally.
Yeah.
Oh no, Hero Marine didn't go through, but Skillus went through. I like Skillus. I'm just spoiling everything, sorry.
Oh god. Yeah, same. I think I tuned into a little bit of Kellezer versus Lambo, and I think it went to the Ace match, which was really cool to see.
Yeah.
That
was a weird series. I watched the game on Grestfan, where Lambo basically had Kellezer completely dead, and then Diego went for mech, and mech did mech things, and the game got really close.
Yeah.
And then, and then Lambo sieged his main with Broodlords.
Yeah, I remember that.
Classic.
Feels Broodlord, man. Oh god. But yeah, Homestream Cup isn't going on. Likewise, I haven't been able to tune into much of day 1, and obviously we're still casting here, but I'm probably gonna stay up a little bit for day number 2. And of course, day 3 is when everything pops off with the playoffs. It is such a shame though that only 2 players make it out of the group. It's quite brutal.
Yeah, it's a bit of a theme of this year, having rough formats, but this one's been not too bad. At least we do get to see some more mixed groups, and as much as it would have been nicer to have 3 players coming through, it's been really enjoyable, the atmosphere that they've been having. I mean, it's something that Home Story Cup always has, and I think it's really special as well, like that kind of fun, like almost family atmosphere that they have.
Yeah, definitely. Like, as you're saying, like, even though, like, as you're saying, like, a lot of players are being knocked out relatively early on, like, it doesn't matter as much. Like, it's less so about the games and more about the experience, about the tournament itself, about everyone, like, getting along and having fun. So, yeah, definitely is cool to see everyone coming together. As we were talking about the Polish Protosses, we have one. Oh, boy.
Let's go. I knew it. Also, I'm just going to reiterate the spoiler because I'm dumb. Hero Marine getting knocked out early means he can make the pizza.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Really, that's what's important in life, really, the pizza.
It is.
Yeah.
Man, I want to have a Big Gabe pizza one day.
I have a question for you, Papi. At what point, hold on, is Spirit playing in this? He is. At what point, especially if Spirit makes it out of the group stage, at what point has Spirit overcome Hero Marine in ranking amongst the Terrans in EU?
How
much more does he need to do? He's been doing he's been like excelling pretty well.
You're not going to like the answer. Okay. In the top left-hand corner of the map playing for the Platinum Heroes, this is the Polish Protoss in the lovely pink. This is Art.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Babylon, we have as opponent, we have the Finnish Zerg player representing Berserker Esports, the current king of the hill. It is Mixu.
Is that Zest on Art's Nexus?
Yep, Zest.
I remember, I don't know what it was an interview for, but ZG saying that Zest is very easy on the eyes. And I remember at the time thinking like, I don't know. And the more that I've played StarCraft, the more that I agree. That's really weird. I don't know why that is.
The more that you played StarCraft.
The more that I've played StarCraft, even though Zest is like not even playing at the moment, the more handsome I find Zest.
Oh my god.
He's gotten more handsome. I don't understand.
Is it okay? Is it because I got a couple of theories, right?
Okay.
One, obviously it's not like it's not his play style. You're not like watching him play and you're attracted by how he plays because he's not active.
I don't even watch his games. Yeah.
But you know what you have been doing recently?
What?
You've been playing Protoss.
Yeah. Like connected to the Kala?
You're touching tips right now with some of the other Protoss players. and Zest, he was best. And you know what? I'm sure you've seen him a couple of times on the ladder. I'm sure you've seen his portrait a couple of times pop up, and you know, how could you not?
It's just been silently having an effect on me.
Yeah, like subliminal messaging, you know, with the constant Zest portraits coming at you. All these Protosses.
Maybe I also just relate a little bit more now to the Zest bank. I'm like, yeah, that feels nice. Like the idea of just like floating a bunch of money and just smacking down a warp in of like 20 units. That just sounds nice.
You just whip it out, flop it out on the table, and it's over. Yeah. it's attractive. Anyway, what can you say?
It is.
Yeah.
He's I get it now. ZG, I see where you're coming from.
I mean, I always thought he was. You know, he's always been one of the more attractive players. You know, have you seen his body? Hey,
No.
No? Are you serious?
Why would I have?
Nate, infamously, he had a photo shoot. He had a topless photo shoot a couple of years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, it's out there.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I'll DM you later.
Okay.
I'll slide you the pics later, Puffy. Yeah.
Okay, my other theory, which is the more depressing theory, is that I just haven't been leaving the house that much and my standards for handsome have gone down a lot.
Oh, you're an animal. It was a robot opener, by the way. I was going to point it out, but we had to clear up the Zest talk first. As Art is looking to be hyper aggressive here, he's actually setting up for a disruptor drop with that robotics bait.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. We're getting a disruptor drop before even the second gate. So we've been seeing from time to time adept openers that go into disruptor drops, but a straight up disruptor drop is not something that I've seen that much, and it's a bit weird.
Yeah, and I kind of like that we already have the Prism moving out a little bit. We're going to be denying even more scanning information. Obviously, it's not the Stargate opener, and Mixu is fully aware. We have a Roach Warren already on the way defensively back at home. But this could still be a multitude of things. This could still be Glaive Adepts, for example, or even a DT opener even. So Mixu has to be careful, has to be ready for that.
Yeah, I feel a little bit weird about showing the Prism this early, but I suppose... Yeah, I guess I don't really know the timings myself. Maybe this is the right timing to be faking an Adept attack.
Yeah, I mean, we have Lings on the way, the Spores as well for said DTs. The Disruptors are still in production, by the way, so it looks like Art is going to be initially harassing with a handful of gateway units to sell the story, and we'll see how he does for himself here, as again, these are going to be vanilla gateway units.
Yeah, very interesting opening. I feel like once the Prism speed does kick in, that's probably going to be giving it away, but first off, we are going to be having a bit of Adept harass. Nice. Spore Trick saves that drone, though.
Oh, yeah, the drone is saved. Meanwhile, the Queens rotate over as well. We do get a bit of hold damage, or at least we have taken out all the shields of this Prism. Going to be pushing it away. Mixu going for a lair behind this, just saturating his bases. So far has done a great job at minimizing losses, but it's not over. It has merely just begun, as the Disruptors are soon going to be moving out across the map.
I feel like you were asking me something before I got distracted by Zest.
Was I? I was... maybe.
Yeah. Oh, kind of been that important.
I was asking, and it was... yeah. All right, Spirit and Hero Marine.
Ah, Spirit and Hero Marine.
Yeah.
I don't know. When Spirit has a stream and he's as entertaining as Hero Marine, then he gets the nod.
You're an animal, Puff. You're an animal. As
he needs to whine more about.
Up.
Yeah, good connections. 5 drones going down, so pretty middle of the road drone count there to be losing. I don't think it really puts either player in the advantage just yet. But we did take a lot of damage on the Prism.
We did take a lot of hull damage. We do have a bit of a link counterattack as well, but no, we have Sentries and Immortals being banked up back at home. 4 more gates on the way as well. The eventual push is going to hit like a truck as we are building up that Immortal count.
Yeah, we are going to be having a pretty hefty push here. This is something that we've seen Creator, I believe it was doing against a laser. Was it Creator versus a laser where he killed like 20 drones and then went for one of these pushes and still lost?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't really believe in these pushes anymore. I'm going to do the whole Artosis thing where he's like, Hellbat builds never ever work. And I'm going to say, Sentry Immortal builds never ever work.
I think the only time I've seen it not work is against a laser. But we'll see, Puffy. We'll see as we're going to be pushing out across the map. We got a lot of Sentries, got a lot of Immortals as well. For the most part, Mixu does have a standing army, to be fair, but he's only got 3 Ravagers. Is that going to be enough? Up.
Yeah, really nice dodges on the Biles there by Art. That was great. Unfortunately, bit of a brain fart there. Doesn't drop Prism in time to save it. Wait, what does he?
Yeah, he saved it.
Oh, he saved it.
Yeah.
It's so low.
Oh my god, it's so very low. Another Nova does barely go off as well. The Disruptor is going to be saved. Meanwhile, the army is getting out of hand. Mixu is losing quite a lot of his army.
Yeah, these Immortals are absolutely shredding when they are left in the... Do get to take those shots on those Roaches. They kill Roaches so fast. And just like that, the army of Mixu vanishes in the blink of an eye. And it looks like Art is doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Mixu, he just was not ready for that immortal push. He didn't scatter it coming ahead of time, and an unscattered immortal push is a terrifying thing as another Nova goes off. GG gets called, and Art will take down Mixu, becoming the king of the hill.
GG. Artosis, you are wrong.
I was about to say, just like Artosis, you're wrong, but because the Hellbat push, it worked, but you killed it.
Blaming Artosis. It's not my fault.
Aye. GG, well played. Initially Mixu was doing fairly well, handling what was going on, but again, that Sentry Immortal push is very unorthodox. It is not very common whatsoever as a follow-up, so the fact that it did go unscattered did wonders for Art, and Mixu was woefully unprepared for that. Wasn't ready for it. Oh, GG.
GG indeed, and with that we do have a Polish Protoss sitting on that throne, as we often, and that means we might get a PvP.
Oh, yeah, the PvPs may be upon us. We'll see who is going to be left here to try and challenge Art for that spot, for that throne. Oh, mate. It's
Eva.
It's another Polish Protoss. Eva. Let's go. But yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. Now the question is, what race is going to play? That's the real question.
I don't care what race he's playing. I want to know what he had for breakfast.
Let's
Where
ask
is
him.
he? Maybe he'll be playing Zerg. Last time I saw his stream, he was playing Zerg.
True. We have been pressuring him to play some Zerg. We have been peer pressuring him, and it has been working. As we are getting ready for our next matchup, it is going to be that Art versus Eva. Thankfully, he was able to finish breakfast in time to actually play today. Feels good, man. Feels good.
I think he's playing Zerg because of Larimbo. That Larimbo is a bad influence.
He is a bad influence. Have you been tuning into their stream? I love his accent. I love
Larimbo
really. As a character, but he's an animal.
It's like unironically probably a bad influence on him.
Oh god, shaking my head. But as the players are conducting the vetoes and they're figuring out what map they want to play on, all right, Spirit and Hero Marine. Okay, mate, you're coping, by the way. You're coping, so I feel like you know you're coping. Spirit, he's performed better than Hero Marine in the last 2 premier events, and if you're asking for an entertaining stream, that's not possible. I don't think Spirit is going to bring that out, Papi. It's not going to happen.
No. I don't know. I'm still not sold, and I think it's just because I haven't thought about it.
Fair. If Spirit makes it out of groups in Home Story Cup, that's going to be the 3rd premier event in a row where he outperforms Hero Marine.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
And most of the time in these events, Spirit is beating. Didn't Spirit beat Hero Marine in ESL?
Probably, yeah.
And also in,
if they were playing against each other, I would probably bet on Spirit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The things that Hero Marine does to European Protosses, it's beautiful.
Oh. What does he do to them? What does he do?
He just wins. He's just too strong, and it's just too easy for him. He's like, yeah, the Protosses. I'll just A move, and they're just like MaxPax from Wish.com. Nothing they can do.
I'm telling you,
the only Protoss that's any good is MaxPax, or maybe Hero, but even Hero, I can beat him sometimes.
That's what I'm saying, Papi. It's the stream. It's the accent. It's the X factor that's edging it out for you, Papi.
I just believe him when he says these things. I want it to be true.
Oh god.
Okay. Well, different angle.
Okay.
If Spirit makes pierogi for everyone at Home Story Cup, then he can take the spot.
Okay, that's not gonna happen either.
I know.
Oh god. What? Okay.
Or pizza.
Or pizza. Okay, fair enough. What about a year? What if he outperforms Hero Marine all year? Like we're almost there.
I don't think we've got another year, to be honest.
This year, I mean, this year.
Like Copium. Oh, this year.
Yeah.
I don't think I can bring myself to do it. Gotta be honest.
Okay.
I don't even know why. Maybe I need to do some self-reflection.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You need to understand what is it about Hero Marine that draws you to him. You know, what is it that brings you together?
Just so big.
He is quite big. He is big. Oh, no sausages.
Yeah, no sausages.
You know what I miss about going outside?
What? This is cope, but go on.
Unironically, bunning sausage sizzles.
Yeah.
It's been years. It has actually been years since I
think we talked about this.
Yeah. Either like a bunning sausage sizzle or like because like I used to like play soccer and stuff like that, and like I don't know if it's a thing in Melbourne, but like at these parks, like they also have like, you know, not vendors, but they've got like a barbecue going on for everyone and stuff like that. And there's also sausages.
Yeah, like a Rotary Club or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of the map, the pink Protoss for the Platinum Heroes. This is art.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Neo Humanity, we have the Polish. Oh no! Now the Zerg player, not the Protoss. He's blue, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Let's go.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was before a cast. I went and got some bunny sausages.
Yeah. Oh.
And I love it. Oh, maybe that's why he plays Protoss, because you get to work a scout, and then you can spray your opponent's base.
True. He does that very often, actually. Yeah.
He does, like every time.
Yeah.
He's an animal.
Yeah.
He's good. I was watching Aber and Migs had a show match, and they're both Zoomers, so they were talking non-stop for the entire series.
Yeah.
Like it'd be like Reaper like fighting the Fallings, and both of them are just like typing non-stop the entire time, just like trash talking each other.
Yep. I don't know how Eva does it. Like he does that when he's streaming, as in like recently he got a mic.
He types in the chat.
Yeah. He types in the chat while he's playing his game. And I'm like, oh my, what is happening right now? Like how is this happening? It's crazy.
His kids are too powerful. It's depressing. You're just like, oh, like I just can't keep up with that.
Yeah,
it's not fair.
My hands and my brain is too slow. Like I don't have the attention for this. We're old.
I've never felt this old before, but StarCraft makes you feel old. But you're not old. You need to know that you're not old. You're just old in StarCraft.
There you go.
Which is like being old in StarCraft's like it's like being bad at lawn bowls.
Lawn bowls?
Yeah.
What? What are you saying right now?
Well, do you care about being bad at lawn bowls?
What is lawn bowls? What is that?
Wait, what?
Is that like there's like an old person. There's like an old person sport where you roll balls on the lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Have you never played lawn bowls?
I've never played. That's in my brain. That's like you do that when you're like 80 years old, and like it takes all your strength to like roll the ball.
Yeah. No, they're pretty good at it. But
yeah, there they are.
No, it's been reclaimed. Maybe it's just a Melbourne thing, but like young people do it and they like get pissed while they're doing it as well.
No shot, really?
Yeah. You like have beers and you go do lawn bowls.
Is that the new mini golf?
Yeah, it is. It actually is.
Now, this is where we really found out the truth. Okay. Now, are kids actually doing this, or are you doing this? And are you now the new old generation?
No. It's not like, kids.
Yeah.
It's people,
all the kids, we all do it.
It is people my age, but it's really common.
Okay.
It's popular.
Yeah. Everyone does it.
I don't think I've actually done it, but I want to do it. But like, I know lots of people who do it.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
I want to be invited. I want to play lawn bowls, but I have played lawn bowls before, and it's fun. You should play it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so the ball is like...
It's like billiards, but with lawn bowls. It's like pool.
But the ball's not round. It's like...
It's not?
No, it's like oval shaped, and it's weighted on one side.
Oh.
So basically, it like towards the end, it like rolls over onto that side and then stops. So you have to like time it perfect.
Okay.
And it kind of curves in.
Okay. So there's like a meta. There's a meta to the lawn. There's technique, you know. You gotta factor in the curve at the end. Yeah.
Yeah. It curves at the tip.
It curves at the... Yeah, it's not fully, it's not completely straight. Yeah, it's fine. It's meant to be that way. It's, you know.
Yeah.
We like it.
Lawn bowls comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
And they all have their place, you know? Yeah.
It's more about how vigorously you roll the ball.
You know what, Asher? You sold me on it. Well, next time, I come down to Melbourne, we'll play with your lawn bowls. We'll play with them. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll stream it. We'll record it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good fun.
Hey,
Get Chappie down.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see Chappie's lawn bowls.
Okay.
He's big, Papi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They call it pétanque in France.
Excuse me?
Call it pétanque.
Pétanque. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like it.
I like it. As we're getting into this game, so far it's actually been pretty damn standard. there's been only a little bit of harass here and there. We had the Oracle opener into the third base. We have a fourth base on the way as well. Eva behind this has been keeping up, minimizing his losses. Hasn't lost too much at all. Looking at the units lost tab, barely anything has died. Of course, all Zerg units, no Protoss yet. And Eva is actually working towards the Bane Hydra.
Okay. I do like the Hydras going up against the Archons, but if we do have mass zealots, it can be kind of a two-edged sword where just depending on the numbers, it turns into a very one-sided fight either way.
Yeah, it really can get out of hand. It can get out of control, but you see the Archon jump head towards that natural base. But the Queens are in position. Eva is able to keep up, is able to zone away that Prism at the same time. Zealots aren't quite enough for them, and Eva's going to be able to hold on here. Eva also cutting workers relatively early on. We've only turned up to 64. Behind this, we're just focusing on Ling Bane production.
Yes, and Massling Bane, and we have Storm coming out for the Protoss, so we are having a bit of that tech switch bingo, and it feels like the Protoss is maybe just a step ahead.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like Art is you know, just the faster player to get a 4, to get saturated, the tech up as well. We'll see what Eva can get done. Bailing speed still not quite done, 10 seconds away, but they're waddling in.
Straight into the stasis trap. No. Maybe Bane speed will be done by the time they come.
True. Bailing speed is now done. Lings, they do try to dive on in, but no, we have the shield battery overcharge. We have the Archons as well, but the Bailings are about to break free. Oh.
Do you reckon Eva waddles like a Bailing without speed when he walks to school with his little backpack on his back?
Why are you thinking that? What brought that on?
You know, when you're like a kid, when you like walk to school and you have like a giant backpack and it's like way too big for you.
It's
and
like
it's
twice your size. Yeah.
Yeah. You can even waddles like a Baneling.
Sure. Aye. Oh my god. Did you go to a private school? A private high school?
No.
No. Okay.
No. I went to a lot of different schools. One of the primary schools I went to was a private school, incidentally, but no.
Fair. So I don't think you experienced it because, like, at least in most private high schools that I know of, you get so many textbooks in high school, and your bag is actually insane. It's actually massive, and weighs
Oh yeah,
a ton.
yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah.
I've broken bags before.
Oh my god.
I remember breaking zippers just because the bag was too full.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you have days where you have to bring home homework from every subject, and you have like 5 textbooks in there.
Good times.
And those bags were like hardcore.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
they weren't hardcore enough.
They were for the most part they were built for it. They even had, I don't know if you had those bags where they had like, they came with belts that they would like, they'd latch onto your body so you wouldn't.
Yeah, you could like buckle in.
Yeah, because you'd need to, otherwise you'd topple over.
Yeah.
It's just
And then you get bullied.
Oh, okay.
I didn't buckle my bag. I'm just gonna suffer.
Oh, you
I had to have the
strapping in.
No. I was like, I had the saggy back. Like I loosened it way up so that it like sits under your butt.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Aye. Good times.
All right. You can keep your lunch money light. Your back's low enough.
As Eva has been able to get into lunkers at this point, yeah, again, pretty passive overall. Art hasn't been hitting any kind of solid timing. Storm is now done. We're actually taking into Sky Toss as we speak. Oh, the lunkers are getting a lot done here on the right-hand side, but at the same time, here come the Archons. Here comes the Storm.
Burrow. And the Storm is going to be shredding a lot of this Ling Bane. Looks like he does recognize that he can't go into this fight either. I do like that he's building up his immortal counter behind this. He's going to be going into Sky Toss, so recognizing that Eva's playing a bit more of a defensive style, does want to rush into that Sky, but Eva's starting to set up an attack now, and this is getting pretty scary.
Yeah, exactly. The lurkers are very well situated, but we do have Revelation, we do have Detection. Here we go. Art is going to try and dive on in.
Yeah, and with that, Eva going to be going for a rapid retreat. Only loses 2 of those lurkers, so nice adjustment to what was happening. Oh, looks like that Oracle might almost go down. It's not going to get sniped, so we do still have vision.
Yeah, we are going to be able to maintain vision here as Art rotates on over instead, and he's going to be waiting for his Sky Toss, mate. We have Tempest on the way, +1 air attack as well. Oh, hope you strap yourself in with you. Buckle in, Poppy, buckle in. We're in for
buckle
a long
up.
One. Yeah. Aye.
Oh, I remember now. So there was the buckle that went across your chest.
Yes, yeah.
And then there was like a full like lap strap sort of thing
like a
that had like a
seatbelt.
cushion at the front. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
It's hardcore.
You know what's
you can carry a lot. Like,
That's you know what's crazy to me is that was like built for how heavy that bag is, which means that they expected all the students to just carry around that much weight on a daily basis, and you needed goddamn like seatbelts to keep you in.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
This is like some Victorian industrial.
It is
like slave labor stuff.
Like when you think about it, it's kind of messed up. As we do see
it is a little bit, yeah.
Diving on top of the Archons, on top of the Disruptors as well. Eva getting a lot done already. There are some Tempests, but not enough to really stop the tide of Eva as he pushes on through. Where's the detection?
You know what I just realized?
What's up?
Eva probably doesn't have to do that. He probably just has an iPad.
Oh, feels bad, man. But yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, when we were getting out of school, that's when everyone was getting laptops. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure I have like a nephew who has an iPad for school, unironically.
That can't be a good thing. As we do have the Disruptors taking out quite a few of these lurkers, pushing back the rest of them. Looks like we are going to be able to secure this front base, and it feels like the time of the lurker is sort of passing now. And does Eva have a transition set up?
That's a good question so far. Hydra Lurker Viper is all we have. We do have a Spire now done. We have +1 air attack as well, but Eva's having a hard time cleaning this up. The Zelts are getting a lot of damage. They're buying a lot of time for Art, and they're opening up here at the front lines. They're opening him up for a big assault.
Yeah, the Protoss army is going to be starting to threaten here. We still have Storm, so shouldn't be in too much danger, but he's not feeling far onto Creepy.
Yeah, exactly. As it looks like Art is going to just be backing off, respecting the position, respecting the creep of Eba as he pushes on forward. He has his Vipers ready. He has the Yoinks ready for this as well. He's looking for the minus 400, minus 400. He wants it. Up.
Oh, one of those Vipers getting sniped out. A second Viper getting sniped. He is going to be getting the Mothership, but huge Storm goes down on all of those Hydras. A lot more than one has been damaged, and this is not the most ideal spot. I mean, okay, I see you with this kind of army against Protoss a lot of the time. Where does the Hydra start to feel bad? Is it 5 carriers? Is it 6 carriers? Is it already feeling bad?
6 is critical mass. 5, we're getting there. 5 is definitely a worrisome number. For the time being, we're not quite there when it comes to the carriers, so I do think that Hydras can fare decently well against this, but we can already see Eba trying to mix in some corruptors. He knows that there isn't that much longevity with this army, that he needs to transition into something else.
Yeah, he's continuing to find some damage with these lurkers. Snipes out both of those stasis traps as well. Looks like Art has just never really been allowed to mine from the base, but at the same time, having this front setup has defended the rest of his bases, and all of the lurkers get cleaned up very efficiently.
Yeah, this is going to be a one-way trip for these Hydras. There's no way out. Nova's gone as well. The Hydras are trying to do whatever they can, but they're all going to get cleaned up, and what do they really get? They get an Archon, they get a Void Ray, the carriers stand strong.
Yeah, these Hydras are not coming home from school. They put too much in the backpack. Oh. They fell onto their back like a turtle, and they're just stuck there now.
And that's how the youth die here in Australia, mate. They're left on their backs to fend for themselves. Oh.
The spiders and the drop bears get you.
Not like this. Not like this. Did you have any lockers at your school? Were lockers a thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Did your locker ever get tipped for muck-up day?
Tipped? Oh my! No, I didn't have lockers. In my brain, lockers were an American thing. I did not experience.
Oh really?
Lockers. Yeah.
Oh, I always had lockers. Actually, I guess I only went to one high school, but so we had lockers, and basically what would happen, this got banned like very soon after. I think even by the time I was in year 12, this got banned because it's just straight up bullying. But there was like the year 12 muck-up day, right? Which I think got banned as well.
Yeah. I remember that. That has to be the weird thing, right? No, that's great.
No, it got banned. No, now it's like you can't do anything that involves other kids. You can just like
just harass.
I don't even know what you do. You just harass yourself, basically.
What?
Like other year 12s or something, where you just like do something silly. I don't know. Well, it got ruined by Xavier. Like this boys' high school, someone threw an egg at someone and their eye got injured, so it got banned. Anyway. People used to do locker tipping, where basically the locker is locked, right? But if you just like tip it on its side and then put it back, everything inside it falls over, and when you open the door, it all falls out.
Oh my god.
It's so mean.
As the carriers are being hunted down one after the other, the corruptors are so many of them, they completely shut down the Sky Toss, but what about the ground toss? That is the question. We still have Archons, we still have Zealots. We are transitioning into a more ground toss oriented army, and Eba just doesn't have a lot left.
Yeah, the Zealots are getting out of control. There was a very small moment there where the link might have been, and the time has now passed. The Zealots now defend it. Now we just have these corruptors floating around with nothing really to do. They can't do anything about this ground army, and with that, it looks like Eba will be taken down. GG is called, and Art is going to be remaining the king.
GG, well played, Eba. The classic Zerg maneuver where you're up against Sky Toss, you overinvest in corruptors, and you have nothing left to deal with the ground army. And unfortunately, on a map like Neo Humanity, that kind of gets exasperated because the Protoss player can just be that much more aggressive, that much more in your face. Things snowballed very quickly, out of control. GG, well played. Art takes the series.
Yeah, I didn't teach you that one on your fancy iPads, did they, Eva?
It sounds like you have something against how young Eva is.
I do, a little bit. I wish we got iPads, but we had to lug around these giant bags. This is not fair.
It isn't fair, it isn't. But I mean, what can we do, Fafi? What can we do?
It's true. Just get old and die now.
True, Papi, true. GG, well played. Shout out to Eva. We got a lot of love for Eva on this channel. But alas, does end up falling here to Art. Art claims his second victory. Ooh, and we'll see who can stand up to the might of the Polish Protoss, if anyone.
I think to kill a Polish Protoss, you need another Polish Protoss. It's like a Van Helsing sort of thing.
Yeah. Exactly. We need like a Krystianer. We need Ziomek, we need a Papi, a Rodzin, Mana.
Wow. Wait, did Mana not go to home story?
That's a good question. I feel like he should be at Home Story.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not there. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. How is Geralt there and Mana isn't?
True. Do you reckon Geralt has a mustache?
I don't.
Did he grow it in time for Home Story?
I don't think we've been watching. We've been checking him out in the WTL cameras, and I think we've lost the stash. I think it's gone. I think. I don't think it's coming back.
Will anyone recognize him? I'd be like, who's this guy?
He's gonna be barred entry into the tournament. He's gonna be left outside. Oh,
you come back when you grow a mustache.
Oh god.
He comes back with one of those like disguise glasses that have the mustache attached to them. They're like, okay, you can come in.
Oh god. They do the double take where they look at him, they look at his ID, then they nod because his ID has a mustache and it's good enough. He gets in.
It's actually 2 Polish Protosses in a trench coat.
Speaking of, you called it. His opponent is going to be a Polish Protoss.
Let's go. It's like the Demon Hunter thing. You have to become a Polish Protoss to hunt Polish Protosses.
Oh, exactly. And you know, really, that's the real reason why Eba couldn't do it. You know, he picked Zerg instead of Protoss. He went against his heritage, and he couldn't keep up here with the might that is art. But up next is going to be another Polish Protoss. It is going to be Krystianer.
Okay, so Krystianer against art. Now I feel like I'm in a King of the Hill.
Oh, let's go. Well, I'm looking this up. So muck-up day isn't a thing anymore?
Yeah, I don't think so, because, yeah, like some kid threw an egg at someone and damaged their eye.
Merge. What'd you guys do?
I'm trying to think what we did for muck-up day, yeah. One of the things we did was we did a milk run. Have you done a milk run? Do you know what it is?
What is a milk run? What is that? What is...
Okay. It's the dumbest thing ever, but it's really fun, and it's like relatively harmless compared to like... I'm trying to remember what other people did at our school the years before. I remember someone put like a stink bomb in the air conditioning.
Oh no, that's...
And they're like glad wrapped like lockers shut and stuff. Like,
Jesus.
People did some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And they put like... I think they put oil in the corridors.
That's crazy, mate. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah, you could get away with a lot more back in the day.
Yeah. I think the ones that I remember were a lot more tame. You know, things like I don't know, like TPing like the faculty building, or like yeah, like you have like a bunch of them with like water guns and stuff, and it would be mainly focusing on like the staff and mainly the principal as well, of course, getting like, water bombed. Obviously. No,
I remember it as like it was like these.
You're like, no, man, people died, man. People
died, man. No, we did it. So the milk run is basically they set up 4 bins on the oval to make like a makeshift track. Like it's just a square that you run around, and what you do is you get a 2-liter bottle of milk and you put food dye in it, so you make it like bright blue or bright pink or something, and then you scull the entire 2 liters of milk and you run around in a circle until you throw up.
Okay, I've never heard of that before. Why?
I don't know, it's just funny. You just scull all this milk and then you just run around in circles and everyone's like fighting over the bins in the corner to like throw up in them.
There you go. Oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah, so they have the bins on each corner, so you have to run to the next corner to get to it so you can throw up.
Yeah, okay.
No one lasts more than a lap. But here we go. Down in the bottom left-hand corner, for the Platinum Heroes, this is Art.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient System, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. He is red, representing Team Blazer. It is Krystianer. I feel like
also,
there you go.
We dressed up. And I dressed up as Alice from Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, let's go.
So there's photos out there of me in an Alice in Wonderland dress running around vomiting milk everywhere.
Jesus.
Like bright blue milk.
Oh god. Oh, you're an actual animal. For those wondering, by the way, because I know we've been using a lot of jargon, Muck-Up Day in Australia at least was, I don't know if it still is, basically when here year 12, basically your final year, your final days at school, you kind of like can do whatever you want, and you like organize with everyone to like, yeah, to fuck around basically, and ideally mess with the school in some way, shape, or form. But Asher's school was terrifying and they killed people. It's crazy.
We just like push kids downstairs, threw them off the balcony.
Oh,
this is what happened, and they just got back up.
Yeah,
They were built different.
Yeah,
back
you
then.
just dust yourself off,
You
and
just
you go to class, mate. You got places to be, mate.
And they'd be late. They'd be late to class because they got thrown off the building, and they get a detention.
Yeah, Eba. We didn't have any iPads. We didn't have any of these, you know, homeschooling or anything like that. No, mate. No.
All right, Krystianer just he was trying to go for that trick where you trap the probes in with the pylon into that like patch of 3 mineral patches.
Yeah.
He got blocked.
You got blocked. I just proxied, by the way. This looks like a
Hey.
This looks like a dark shrine.
Yeah, proxying a Twilight Council here. Could be DT, could be 4-gate Blink as well, but definitely looks more like it's going to be a Dark Shrine, and a very fast one at that.
This is this the Zane? Is this the T-Bull?
I think it is, yeah.
Is this the Pakistani
which
Protoss
T-Bull,
Dark
right?
Shrine? Yeah.
It's Table, yeah.
Yeah, T-Bull.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah. So for those wondering, this is a very fast proxy Dark Shrine here from Art. So we're going to try and catch Krystianer off guard. What do we have at home to defend? We have 2-gate opener into a natural base. Krystianer has 0 detection right now, and will he throw down the safety robo? Will he figure out what's going on as Art is expanding? So nothing is really, nothing should be really triggering Krystianer. Nothing should be really, like flaring any alarm bells, right?
Yeah, I guess not, especially because... Oh, okay, I got so confused by where it's proxied. So I thought this was Krystianer proxying this here because it was on Art's side of the map, but yeah, I mean, Krystianer's just gone for a completely normal build. He's gotten his 3 sentries, his 3 stalkers. I haven't seen too many hallucination scouts go out, but yeah, he's definitely not going to be seeing anything. He might be able to piece together that something's missing.
Oh, he does scout the pylon, so he has a piece of the puzzle. Proxy pylon is very sus outside of the main base. We do have a Twilight Council on the way. No robo, still no detection. Dark Shrine is about to finish up. And this scout is looking to be a little bit late. And even if it comes into the main, there's nothing to see, which is a bit of a tell, to be fair.
Yeah, but the DTs are already getting warped in. Going to be that slow warp, but... Oh, he can time this as well, where that battery gets cancelled right as the shade's finished. This could be really cool, yeah.
Oh, here we go. We do have the battery being thrown down. DTs are making their way forward. There we go. We do... he has seen that he doesn't have any detection, though.
Yeah, the shade does get finished. The DT is going to be coming in. I would love to focus the battery, and that's exactly what it's doing. And we have a rush to get that robo up, but it is so far away. The rewall does not happen, and GG is called.
GG gets called. The Gigafast Proxy Dark Shrine from Art completely catches Krystianer off guard, and just like that, the game ends.
GG, very cheeky stuff coming out from Art, and Krystianer has no idea.
Yeah, sometimes the PvPs can be like this, where, you know, one invisible man just ends the game then and there, and unfortunately we thought that a Polish Protoss player would stop Art, but alas, it was the other way around. A Polish Protoss did win, just, yeah, Art holds on to his crown.
Yeah, you can't stop the Polish Protoss from winning in the Polish Protoss mirror.
It's true. Not wrong.
100% win rate.
100% win rate. Let's go. Let's go. catching up in the chat. There's been a lot of people pitching in, I feel.
Oh yeah. So apparently in the States it's called where is it? Senior skip day. That's such an American thing to just be calling it like exactly what it is. Like sidewalk. Because you walk on it.
Senior skip day? That just sounds like that's a day that you just you
senior skip.
That sounds like you just jig class. I don't know.
Well, I used to skip all the other days. Like mock-up day was the day that I actually no, actually that's not true. I remember because we were having the milk run on the oval and I came from the side of the oval that's not school. And I just kind of ran onto the oval. I hope no one noticed. We had a graveyard on the other side of our school across the bridge, and I used to go for walks there. It was nice.
Okay. Was the graveyard connected to the school?
There was like a bridge that went over the train track, and it wasn't part of the school, obviously, but it was like right next to it. So it's like you'd be studying for VCE, and then you'd go walk in the graveyard, and you'd be like, it's not that bad.
There you go.
Perspective.
Oh my god. Could you enter the school like without going through the front gate? Is that through the graveyard?
Yeah, like through the oval.
Yeah.
Through the graveyard and then through the oval.
Fair. Ugh. Oh my god.
I remember I skipped school a few times to play League of Legends at the internet cafe.
You had an internet cafe nearby, mate. That's crazy.
Yeah, in Box Hill, there's a few. There's a couple of them. And they were so like dingy and nasty. They're actually really nasty. I remember there was one where it was just like you kind of wanted to go to the bathroom before you went there and like not go after because there would often be like a bit of a puddle on the ground in the toilet. Just like these gamers, they got good aim in game, but they're not very good at aiming out of game.
Smudge. Yeah. I feel like there used to be a lot more PC cafes back in the day. What's up?
I just read Fool's comment.
Senior skip days when you pick up senior citizen and try to skip it across a pond. I understand, Papi. I understand.
Oh boy.
Aye.
Well, if Polish Protoss can't take out art, who do you send? What's left?
What's left? I have the answer. The Polish Protoss can't do it. Send out the French Protoss instead. It's going to be Arrogfire.
Ooh, okay. Arrogfire PvP. I know what we're going to be looking at.
Are you sure you're not confusing Arrogfire with Exo Striker?
Yes, I am.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of Proxy Robo. I know. I don't think that's Arrogfire.
Okay. Fine.
I think that's Exo Striker.
Okay. As you are.
It's all good. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is Arrogfire. But I was wondering, there's one of the two. It's either Arrogfire or Exo Striker. It was a Protoss from Alpha
I think
X.
it is Arrogfire.
You sure? Okay.
I have no idea.
Maybe
they both do it. That would be confusing.
Every PvP we would get Proxy Robo without fail. Yeah, we're gonna find out if it is Arrogfire or not.
My cousin Arrogfire.
Oh god.
Wait, when are we gonna play Diablo 4? What's going on?
I know. What's going on, man? I've been messaging you.
You can't turn this on me. You wake up, you cast. I wake up, you go to sleep.
Mate, I was the last one to message you. I was like, mate, you want to play some Diablo 4? And you messaged me like 6 hours later. What are you talking about?
I thought I messaged you like a day later.
Exactly. What do you want from me? You're not answering. You're not answering your DMs. God damn it.
Okay. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna expose myself. Wait. You offered me Clem Proxy Marauder replays. I did.
For
some reason.
I did.
Animal. I don't want them. I'm not touching that. Every time I see Cure Proxy Marauder, I'm so sad.
It works though.
Okay, yeah. The last
works.
time you said, "Do you want a Diablo?" and then 3.5 hours later, I said, "Oh, whoops." Probably just gonna chill.
You're an animal. You're an animal. Oh my god. Yeah. So, Asher, when are we Diabloing?
Mm-hmm.
When are we gonna be? When are we gonna blow?
Not tonight.
Not tonight. Yeah.
What are you doing tomorrow? Are you casting tomorrow?
Yeah, GSL cast. It depends. It depends. Like, it depends how much you want to focus on Home Story Cup. Like, I'm free tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening to play Diablo.
Oh,
but Home Story Cup
no,
playoffs.
I want to watch Home Story.
Yeah.
There's not going to be every time I like don't pay attention to a tournament. Then I realize when the tournament finishes that there's not going to be another one for like 3 months. So, yeah, let's watch this one.
Yeah, for sure. We'll find some time. I'm worried. The next Diablo 4 season is upon us. It's like right around the corner.
Has it started already?
Not yet.
I feel like it's pretty soon.
Yeah.
You're looking it up.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Diablo 4
you have to make
season
new
1.
characters for it anyway.
Yeah, you do. Says mid-July.
Oh, okay. I mean,
beginning
there's
of
no
July.
way we're going to finish the game by then. At this rate, we might be finished Act 3 by then.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how much left we have. I don't know how much more we have to go.
Like a lot more.
Act 3, we're almost done. And then we have 4, 5, and 6. There's 6 acts. That's crazy. Why are there so many? Oh my god.
But one of them's short. I know one of them's really short. It has to be 4, right? Because that's just like a Blizzard thing that Act 4 is always stupidly short.
For sure. Get around to it.
Alright.
Ugh.
Wait, do we have a player for art?
Yeah, Arrogfire.
Oh yeah.
He's missing. We're waiting for him. We're waiting for him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
I reckon he's doing chin-ups.
He's doing
He's a
chin-ups?
Chad Protoss player.
Is that because he's your cousin?
No.
Okay.
Why would that make him my cousin?
I don't know. You're hyping it up, you know. You're giving him some
True.
cred. Yeah.
I just feel like all Protoss like they got time to go to the gym and work out. And
They have
go
time
to parties and have friends.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You know, they don't have to play. They don't have to practice. They don't have to play the game. They can actually have a life outside of StarCraft and still like do well. It's crazy.
Interesting.
They switch into Protoss.
Maybe it's time. It's time to switch to being a Diamond Protoss for life. Maybe I start cannon rushing as well.
Oh no, Asher, don't do it, papi. Don't do it. Oh my god.
It's too hard.
It's too
Game's
hard to
too
cannon
hard.
rush?
No, StarCraft.
Oh, okay. Have you been laddering recently? Have you been...
I've been playing a bit more Terran. I've been trying out some new builds. Mixing things up.
Nice.
Finding some degenerate builds to play against Protoss.
I recently unvetoed Neo Humanity. I think I still have like a 0% win rate on it, I think.
Yeah, I don't like Neo Humanity.
Oh god.
It's not good for anyone.
It isn't. It's really not.
Ooh. It's anti-ape.
It's just anti-StarCraft, papi. I can't play.
It is. It's not playing StarCraft.
Oh god.
What did I? Oh yeah, I tried the special build. I guess it's not really necessarily a special build, but I feel like he does it most. The one with
Viking?
the 2-port, 2 base all in TVT.
Yeah. Yeah, you say the special, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's his build, papi. It's his build. I think
we do finally have a game. It's gonna be on Ancient System.
I think we casted him recently. I think it was in Kung Fu Cup or WTL. I think I was casting with Kuro. And I was specifically talking about the special build. It's like he does it at least once in a TVT, and then he did it. It's like, oh.
He did it or he didn't?
He did it. He did it. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You got lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember watching. He had a series with Clem, and Clem he kept dying to it. So then he just did it back to him, and then he started winning.
That makes sense. Makes sense. I remember Piglet doing a lot of it. Noah.
No, it was I think everyone was doing it to Piglet.
Yeah.
I remember Sheldon before he had his game versus Piglet. We were in the Discord, and I gave him one of the special replays of how to do it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I think I know how to do it," and then he just goes and does it against Piglet.
Yeah.
And then Craig was watching, and so he did it versus Piglet as well.
Smooth.
He's like, "Oh, that works pretty well."
Feels bad, man.
I think he did it at PAX. Anyway, here in the top right-hand corner of the map, playing for the Platinum Heroes in the pink, this is Art.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient System, we have the French Protoss player representing Maturino Esports. It is Arrogfire.
Oh. It's not Little Mix. It's Maturino.
Little Mix?
Yeah. Looks like LMXL. Little Mixel.
Did you unironically not know what it was?
Yeah, I didn't know what it was.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Probably would have called it. I don't know what I would have called it. I don't think I would have said Mixel. That sounds dumb.
Oh god. It's Maturino, Bobby. Maturino. Aye. They picked up all the out of the ashes of Alpha X. Maturino rose up, picked up all their players, or half their players.
So, should I say this? I wasn't that sad about what happened with Alpha X just because, I don't know, I feel like the players are still on a team, and I mean, like, Maturino covers them, and like, I missed a lot of the history as well. But then I saw, do you know Cytotonic? The one who does like the artworks?
Yeah.
Especially of like the logos and stuff.
Yeah.
She did a Alpha X logo for Rushy. I was like, oh, that's so nice. It was so nice. And I was like, that makes me a little bit sad about Alpha X. But it's a very nice gesture.
For sure.
It's so cute.
Yeah. I never experienced. I know Alpha X. They used to do a lot of casting, and they used to have a team of casters like Rushy or Rishi, Snoopy, Kozan, yeah, all these guys.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever heard them cast because.
Oh really?
Well, because whenever they're casting, like we're usually casting, like it's.
Okay.
Yeah, it just lined up in such a way where, yeah, usually I was never able to catch them, unfortunately. But yeah, it's really.
What about
cool.
Did you watch the Red Cross Cup?
I did not.
The American Red Cross Cup. That was a pretty good tournament.
Oh.
I feel like it wasn't really advertised as much as it should have been, but it was like a top flight tournament.
Yeah, and they also had King of Battles, if you remember that.
Oh yeah, I love King of Battles.
Yeah.
Because Mario always wins.
It's true. Terran. Art's he's proxying, by the way. He's going all in. He gets scouted.
Yeah, we have Art proxying the gateway, but Arrogfire was so good about looking around for this everywhere. He does scout it immediately. We see a battery going down. He has that Oracle as well, so if he can get the hold at the front, the Oracle is going to be cleaning up the probes in the back of the base of Art, and he's still only on one base. It looks like he actually might have been proxying this Stargate just near his own base. That's cool.
Yeah, pseudo-proxy Stargate here from Arrogfire. The first Oracle is going to be zooming across the map, forcing or looking to cripple the economy here of Art. As you were saying, we have a shield battery, we have a second pylon on the way. Arrogfire is looking so well defended here in his main base, and Art is transitioning. He throws down a Nexus. I mean, he knows he got scouted.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to be that 8-stalker pressure. He does have the battery in the main, so not going to be losing too many probes. I think this probe will just eventually go down. Oh, that's such a nice trick. Dips it into the gas, so he does eventually lose it, but he slows down the damage of the Oracle.
That was really cute micro out of Art, as you were saying, minimizes his losses. Meanwhile, he's just containing his opponent to 2 bases. He's expanding behind this. Looking at the vision, I believe Arrogfire, he did actually scout the Nexus. He's aware that it is on the way. He's aware that his opponent is no longer 1 base all in.
Yeah, and with that, he kind of gets Arrogfire, that is, sort of gets forced into his own one base position because he is going to be contained here. He is going to be making immortals. Eventually, does break out. I think we're going to be seeing him go for a big counter attack and trying to end the game that way. But here we go. We do have the 2 oracles dipping in. They will be able to one-shot through that shield battery, but Art is in position.
Exactly, he does fend off those oracles for the time being. At the same time, just going to be threatening a push in towards the main base as well. And I do agree. I do think Arrogfire is probably going to be forced to make a prism, and then he's going to be forced into a one base all-in. The longer he stays on one base, the worse it's going to be here in a longer game. He has to make something happen, and there's that prism.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, actually. I feel like he doesn't have that much, and this container's worked out really well for Art here.
It has, but you know what? These 2 oracles, they got a couple of worker kills. 6 probes did go down. Arrogfire taking a bit of an economic lead, and with this prism, again, he is going to be able to try and collapse on this army. He can try and come in from behind as well, or just avoid this and just go across the map. Oh.
Yeah, we do have Art force fielding that ramp, so we are going to be having a elevator, and we have to have Arrogfire elevatoring himself out of his own base, and he just really doesn't have that many units.
He really doesn't, as the prism is going to be focused on the oracles coming from behind. They focus down the sentries of Art.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Sentries do go down, so that's great value for the oracles. Does mean that this ramp can't be force fielded, which would have really slowed him down. But man, Blink is almost finished here for Art. He just needs to hold out for just a little bit longer, and once that Blink is finished, he should be able to hold this.
He should be able to. Shield battery finishes up just in time. We're going to have an overcharge available here at the natural. At the same time, Arrogfire, he dives into the main with those oracles. We do see him attempt to force field. He's going to get another 2 stalkers.
Yeah, another 2 stalkers going to be going down. We are continuing to push in. The pylon does get denied, so there's going to be no battery, but there's just so many stalkers here. If the micro is good, he should be able to start taking out the prism. Oh, and that prism had the immortal in it.
The prism goes down, the immortal as well. The oracles can't do anything in the main base. We force a recall, and Art is completely shutting this down.
Yeah, Art just smashes this. He does lose a few probes in the process. Arrogfire actually really far ahead on probes.
Yeah, Arrogfire has been pumping out workers. He is now main-arting long-distance mining from the natural base. Natural is about to finish, so economically, he's in a pretty damn good position. But does he have enough of an army to hold on here? Blink is done, but with this immortal, we should be okay.
Yeah, he does trigger the shield on the immortal, so now he can start to think about maybe blinking in and taking that out, but there's just enough units here. We have that battery on the high ground as well, really well positioned there. So it looks like we are going to be getting a hold from Arrogfire, and this is such a back and forth game.
Really is, and things are going to be settling down. Looks like Art finally does come across that proxy Stargate, just going to be shutting it down, making sure that nothing else will be produced, maybe even going to be hindering the supply here of his opponent. The oracles are still surprisingly alive as well, and hey, there's a lot of potential here with them as they do move out once again.
Yeah, it looks like Art might have just seen those coming across the map, so potentially getting prepared, but wow, that natural looks really exposed. He could be in trouble.
Yeah, no shield battery. The stalkers are in the main, not the natural. At the same time, Art tries to dip into that natural base, but no, he's going to be fended off, and Arrogfire doesn't go for the natural. He's actually looking to go back into the main. Somewhere.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Or maybe nowhere. Maybe he'll just fly off the edge of the map, and those oracles will just live their life in peace.
Oh. They're Protoss, Papi. They can do that.
They can fly off the map?
They can live their life in peace. They can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They don't have to smash.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's good.
Do you think Protoss are the good guys? I don't really know anything about the StarCraft story, to be honest.
They're supposed to be the good guys.
They're like noble, right?
Yeah. They're like, you know, they're willing to like kill billions of people to save more billions of people, sort of thing, you know?
Okay. So they're just like intergalactic trolley problem
Oh yeah.
solvers.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the conflict is like you have the Zerg that are like infesting and taking over Terran planets. So then the Protoss shows up and they just annihilate a planet.
Let's kill the Terran. Problem solved.
True. Yeah, it's the trolley problem. It's like, can I get more can I get more trains? Can I get more tracks? Can I somehow run over more people at once? That's their solution. Yeah.
Just get whoever came up with the question and put them on the tracks. And we don't have to answer these dumb questions anymore.
Arrogfire's looking to push out across that. Does have the immortal advantage. Boys are being pulled. We do see are trying to focus him down. The prism is out of position. We can't save the immortals.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a mistake that the prism wasn't brought along here to pick those immortals up, and looks like he's still going to be able to get some good work done. We see a lot of those probes are going to be going down, but the reinforced immortal is coming in. That should spell an end to this.
Yeah, exactly. You see Art forcing this back with that immortal. As you were saying, Art should be able to hold on to his third base. But we lost another wave of workers, and Arrogfire may have lost his immortals, but again, he gains that economic advantage, but he loses the prism. Yeah,
prism goes down, and now we have another one of those just back and forth counterattack moments where suddenly the army's looking a little bit strong, a bit more momentum on his side, and he does have to try to get something done just because he is behind in workers, quite significantly actually.
And he's going to keep falling behind in workers as the Oracles dive in. Once again, they come back from early retirement. 6 probes go down, and 1 Oracle does survive. Up.
Yeah, they kind of do a John Wick?
Denzel?
Yeah, either or, honestly.
Huh?
But John Wick has the quote where it's like, yeah, I think I'm back. Something like that.
I haven't watched John Wick. I've watched the first John Wick.
Okay, I got a hot take.
Okay.
I think people are going to hate this. I really like Keanu Reeves, but I think he's like insanely overrated.
What movies do you like him in though? Like what's good of Keanu?
I like The Matrix.
Yeah.
And like I do like John Wick. Mm-hmm. But like it kind of doesn't even really act. Like he's kind of awkward, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he has a lot of range, but I think that's like fine.
People just like who he is and they like his character, but like he's not actually like a good actor, right?
He doesn't need to be though. For the movies that he does, I don't think he needs to be. I think it's
okay.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. He's just shooting.
He was in Speed as well, right?
Oh yeah, he was in Mission Impossible.
He's good in Speed.
Yeah. With Sandra Bullock.
Okay. Yeah. With Sandra Bullock. As we do see both of the Protoss just dancing back and forth. The Stalker's trying to get a bit of extra damage as well.
This isn't the first time we brought up Speed. Why do we keep bringing up Speed?
I don't know. I kind of like it. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
And the prism goes down.
Yeah, the prism
really
does get sniped. The Immortal once again being sniped as well here. Are just able to take a pretty damn good engagement, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, these Archons are doing work, and I feel like it's just the confidence. Whenever there's Stalker fights in PvP, it always seems to be the player that's just more confident and more aggressive with the units that reaps the rewards.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, Arrogfire, he has double the Stalker count of his opponent. He has the upgrade advantage as well with +1, but once again, we do see Art going to be losing that Immortal, but he's going to be able to take a bit of a better fight, at least until the reinforcements show up.
Yeah, some beautiful forward blinks coming out from Art, but we do have the reinforcements coming in. That is a lot of Stalkers. Art here is puffing up those feathers, trying to push him back, but I don't know. I don't think the numbers are going to lie at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like Arrogfire has enough to break through. The Archon goes down, the Stalkers as well. Oof. Finally, Arrogfire does break the back here of his opponent, but the Immortal comes out just in time.
Yeah, we have an Immortal on the other side, though, as well, and that young man Blink Micro, it is powerful, it is fast. But a lot of those Stalkers battered and bruised as a result.
Yeah, exactly. They're only a couple shots away from going down, but the Immortal does come into the fray. Zealots do charge forward as well. It looks like enough is enough. Arrogfire takes the game and finally dethrones Art.
GG. We finally get a new Protoss, and Art is taken out.
Well played. Well played there by Arrogfire, as he's going to be claiming his spot here as the King of the Hill. Art had a pretty damn good run for himself. Had 3 wins under his belt, but alas, only 3, as now it is Arrogfire's turn to shine.
Yeah, Arrogfire is going to be going up next, and hopefully, for his sake, he can dodge more PvPs.
Hopefully. We'll see. I mean, who is left? Who's remaining? God, you know what's sad? No
Young Yakov? No more Zek?
No. The Senthex boys. They're not around anymore. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Well, they're German, right? Maybe they're at Home Story Cup.
Maybe. There's wondering. There's Shark Ripper, Soon, and No Mercy. The three German Terran players. They used to be so frequent in these tournaments, but I do think that this year, I think they've just kind of stepped away. I haven't seen them be as active as they used to be.
Yeah, no, it'd be nice to see. I feel like we saw a lot of Soon, especially in King of the Hill.
Yeah. And no money, Poppy. No money.
Oh yeah. Is it No Mercy or No Money? I feel like it always changes.
It's No Mercy, but he was called No Money in game.
Yeah, relatable.
Smooth. Terran players, Poppy. Terran players. Oh.
No money, but lots of ramen.
The dream, Poppy. The dream.
Did your ramen shipment arrive?
Yeah. I mean, how do you think I've been living? What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't keep track of your. How many ramen packets did you get?
Enough, Poppy. I just get whatever.
I don't know. I want to know a number. There's a number.
There's a number. Like 12 packets. 12 packets.
Oh, what?
Not too much.
I was hoping for like 60.
No. Oh my god. I mean, tempting. I like to vary things up though. Like I like to get like different flavors and stuff like that. You know. I feel like I wouldn't be able to do so.
You could do like a YouTube channel, rate the different ramens.
There you go. I have some packs of Shin ramen and I have some packs of some other like Migoreng. Yeah, Migoreng obviously. Yeah. That's what I got right now.
Did I tell you about when I went to and I brought my friend 40 packs of Migoreng?
Oh my god.
I just like filled the rest of my suitcase, like every space that I have left with Indomie Migoreng.
Wait, why? Wait, I missed the start of that.
Because you can't get it in England.
You can't get it in England?
No. So when I went to England to visit my friend, I brought her 40 packs of Migoreng.
That's interesting. That's a crazy thing to bring from Australia. You're like, okay, I'm coming over to England, you know.
What do you want me to bring?
What do you want me to bring? Some Tim Tams, some Milos, some Vegemite. Nah, mate, give me some ramen.
No. 40 packs of Indomie ramen, and all our friends were like, "This is crack." I understand.
It's not bad. It's how we live, Bobby. It's how we live. Oh, boy, it's your boy. It's my boy, mate. Who do you think it is? It's a Terran player.
A Terran?
We're on NA.
Beyond.
God. It's one of the three bears, Poppy. It's one of the three bears.
Beyond. Oh, Percival.
Oh. It's not Percival. We already had the honorable. You got a 50-50 shot.
Ah. Wait, is it QuanTa?
Yeah, it's QuanTa, Poppy. It's QuanTa.
Oh, it's your boy.
It's my boy.
It's your boy, Mr. Thor Drop himself. Mr. Thor World. How do I combine Worldwide and Thor? I can't do it.
Thor Wide?
Just makes it sound like you're fat shaming the Thors.
No, we like him thick, Poppy. We like him thick. It's fine. We
like
want
those Thors with a bit of double bass.
Yeah.
Double cheeked up on a Thursday.
Oh god. It is gonna be Arrogfire versus QuanTa. QuanTa, of course, the Korean Terran player. A fan favorite on this channel. He's not as hung as HonMonO, unfortunately, but he's wide in other ways with his Thors.
Nah, he's more hung. HonMonO built a PF at his third. It's over for him.
Oh right, I was supposed to I have a VOD for you to watch. I have a replay for you. It's
Is it Zest photo shoot?
I have a lot to send you. It's HonMonO. He last week in KSL 16, he played against Moku, a Chinese Zerg player on Ancient Cistern. And I think
no, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Well, HonMonO died like 10 minutes in, and he turtled up for 30 minutes just making PFs, bunkers, turrets, and tanks. It was
the worst.
Yeah. It's Terran, Papi. It's Terran.
He's lost his Hon macro.
I mean,
he's
that's
not the king anymore.
That's as macros that you can get, mate. What do you mean?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's peak Hon macro.
Oh boy.
Ay. Alright, but we are nearing the end here of the broadcast. A couple of matches left to go. And yeah, we'll see who's able to remain the king of the hill towards the end. I want to say we have 4 matches. 4 best of 1s remaining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's just 4 left. Oh, we got a lobby. Let's go. Get me in there. I think I unblocked all the servers. Yeah, I did. Let's go. Alright. What does QuanTa do in TVP? I don't think I've seen a QuanTa TVP. Except on his stream.
I think QuanTa... He hasn't done this in years. God, what map pool am I thinking of? What map pool? It's like a small map. It's not Pride of Altaris. It's... Oh my god.
You're not really narrowing it down.
Yeah, it's like a season. Maybe it's the Oxide map pool.
Romanticide?
No. Small map.
Isenchrome?
No.
The Chrome is a lie.
It was a bright map.
Submarine?
My favorite Steel Mold moment, not gonna lie. Not quite Submarine, but there was a game that he played against Chance where he rushed BCs. And he went mass BC against Chance, and he smudged all over him. It was
nice.
It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. But he hasn't done it in a long time. I think this was like 2021 or something.
Chance hasn't been playing NA lately.
Yeah.
Realized. Yeah. Man, he is so good. I played against him and I'm like, I've never seen this many Phoenix come out this fast before. Like he was cheating. Actually felt like he was cheating. As spawning here in the bottom right hand corner of the map, it is our Terran. In the blue, this is QuanTa.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Babylon, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player representing Alpha. Oh my god. Maturino Esports, using the wrong clan tag. It is Arrogfire. Alright, Papi, I hope you're ready. Hope you're ready for the QuanTa. I'm ready.
Did you know QuanTa can speak Russian as well?
He can?
He speaks English, Russian, and Korean.
Yeah, it's on his like Twitch channel, right?
Yeah, but he's like fluent.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
It's Mr. World. He's Thor wide.
He is. I feel like that's a good 3 languages to have. If you could learn one other language, what would it be? If you could just like wake up tomorrow and you had like fluency in one more language.
Korean. It has to be Korean. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, of course. But maybe not for the reason you think. I would just cast in Korean as well.
Okay. So you can get a career.
Yeah.
You can meet your favorite boy bands.
Oh, let's go! I can meet QuanTa. I can meet QuanTa, Junior, Percival, and HonMonO. My favorite boy band.
They all speak English.
It's fine. Oh god. But yeah, I'd learn Korean so that whenever there's an event that we can't cast as the Ducklings, because like there's already like English streams and I just cast in Korean.
Okay.
We get in anyway. Yeah.
But isn't Korean like the most next casted language?
I don't think so. there's not that many. There's Crank, there's Maddox, and there's Inu. Like that's those are the only ones, and they're not always available because they're not like Crank is full time, but we'll make it. We'll make it.
What if you learn Portuguese?
Oh, fala galera.
Yeah, but like more.
But Cosmos, he's already casting in Portuguese. Like he's already got everything covered, you know.
What about Polish?
Polish. What they got indie. They got indie. I guess maybe I can communicate better with Eva if I knew Polish.
These are the worst reasons.
Maybe I'll understand him a little bit more if I learn Polish. Yeah, you're not wrong. Maybe it would be good as a father to do that.
As a father, yeah. Very fatherly. Oh, this is kind of like the build that I've been doing on the ladder today.
Yeah?
Except I make an armory.
Oh,
Maybe he'll make an armory.
maybe. We do have a mine drop set up here from QuanTa. Did it actually make it?
He made an armory.
Oh, he's a fan of the Asher stream.
He's an animal.
You like him?
Yeah, it's a good build. We are going to be having a reasonably early robo coming out, but I don't think we're going to be having an observer straight away for Arrogfire, so this is definitely going to be pretty annoying to do, especially if his stalkers get caught out of position. It looks like he will have at least a decent amount of stalkers, but Blink is not going to be ready for this drop.
Yeah, Blink is only halfway done. The drop is zooming across the map as we speak. 4 Widow Mines, as well as the Armory. The Armory, of course, does mean that detection is required to clean up these mines, and yeah, Arrogfire may have a hard time doing so as QuanTa is sneaking out across the map. Observer is on the way, which is now starting as QuanTa dives in.
Yeah, here we go, running in with these 3 mines. Has another one. One of these probes does get focused down. That was a great move from Arrogfire. Really impressive reaction.
Well, exactly. We have another mine in the main base. It does get focused down as well, and not a single shot, or like only 1 shot goes off.
That is very brave. If you are a ladder Protoss at home, please, for the love of God, don't try that. Unless you're playing against me. If you're playing against me, then go for it.
What if they do it, though? What if they pull it off?
Well, I'd be impressed, honestly.
Fair enough, as this was very committed out of QuanTa, and that's why we have a second mine drop. We have a second full medevac going across the map. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And we'll see if QuanTa can make some magic happen.
I remember seeing Maru do this on Blackburn and doing like 5 of these in a row and eventually won.
Oh no! No reaction!
Oh, he's not looking.
Ooh.
So it's the second one that gets you.
Yeah, we do still have a couple more mines dropping into the natural base. The medevac does get focused down, but the mine shots are going to go up.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that observer as well. If you're very nasty, you can go for that scan and then target the observers with the mine, and then things get really bad for the Protoss.
The smudge becomes real, but it looks like the mines are being cleaned up. Good amount of damage overall, but it was a very costly drop. Medevac did go down alongside 8 Widow Mines for 12 probes.
Yeah, the transition behind this has been pretty solid though. Stim is almost finished, which is extremely important. Looks like he's got a few units coming out here as well. Of course, everything is decently delayed, so we see a lot less buyer than usual, but that is because of all the damage that he gets. Meanwhile, Arrogfire progressing along really nicely. He's got his 8 gates coming up. He's got charge just about finished now as well. So despite everything that's been going on, he's been able to keep pretty steady with his build, and he has a good economy as well.
Yeah, his working out's looking very healthy. He's got his 3rd base fully up and running for the most part, and his production is well underway, but QuanTa is not slowing down. He's going for a double jump, actually diving straight in towards that main base. It is going to be spotted by this observer, and the stalkers are in position.
Yeah, the timing, it does get spotted, but Arrogfire, a little bit too keen with his stalkers, does show them early, and as a result is not going to be able to push these medevacs back.
Yeah, there we go. The medevacs are going to be forced back in the end, and we do manage to scan and do get the observer in the end, so not a bad pickoff here from QuanTa. Does potentially open up the potential of a drop later on down the line.
Not going to be able to take out the medevacs. He definitely pushes them back.
Yeah, he does, yeah. There you go. It's like I didn't even catch that. It's getting late, Papi. I didn't even catch that. I just.
We have QuanTa starting to clear up a little bit of the map vision here. Just clearing up this second prong, so once he does get a little bit more supply, he can start pushing one side and get that going again.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, it looks like Arrogfire wants to go for some aggression of his own. We have the Prism slip into the main base. We do have one Zealot being warped in. There we go. A couple more behind this as well, but this does give QuanTa plenty of time to react and to rotate his army over.
Yeah, QuanTa's definitely got enough back at home to deal with this, so this is going to be getting pushed back. He does pick up a good amount of those Zealots and gets them out of there, so not going to be losing too much as a result of this. But at the same time, Zealot run by at that third is going to be denying mining. That's pretty nice for Arrogfire.
Yeah, the one hero Zealot gets a good amount of damage done. 5 SCVs go down in total. More Zealots are dropped here at that third base location as well. So Arrogfire not doing too bad whatsoever. QuanTa having a hard time keeping up. He wanted to be active with that drop earlier, but he still just can't find a way in.
Yeah, we do have a Viking now going to be pushing back that Prism, but man, Arrogfire keeping so many of those Zealots alive. Only health one. That's some great work coming out from him, and buys himself so much room to work with that.
Really does. Meanwhile, we have Mind Drill coming in, but no, it does get spotted. Medevac goes down. The Widow Mines as well. They do not get burrowed, and Arrogfire completely shuts down that drop. But we have a couple more coming in. A double drop just outside the natural, and the main army pushing on forward, at least threatening that fourth base, keeping the attention of Arrogfire on the front lines. Up.
Yeah, Arrogfire is dragged one way and then the other, loses that Colossus, and now this Robo is in some serious trouble. Looks like despite the battery overcharge, it will be going down. Thank you for that patch. I don't think it was necessary, but it's pretty nice.
Oh, the Prism as well gets focused down. Arrogfire just overextending a little bit here and there, just a little bit careless with his army, and he's going to be losing some pretty high value targets. QuanTa definitely fighting back after a bit of a rough start.
Yeah, sorry, just Terran moment of self-awareness there. That was disgusting. That Robo should not have gone down.
Yeah, man, overcharge needs to be buffed, clearly. It's...
They nerfed it a bit too hard, to be honest.
Yeah, unfortunately...
I think they halved it.
Yeah. Crazy, man. Crazy. I'm telling you, hashtag Terran patch.
True. Against Protoss, sure. As we do have the units moving here. QuanTa has a pretty decent army here, but... great EMPs, actually. That could change things.
Yeah, massive EMPs on the army. The Zealots, they do go down one after the other. We have another wave behind this. Looks like we're setting up for a bit of a surround. The Colossus comes in just in time. Or does it?
Yeah, I'm really not sure about Arrogfire's decision to fight despite getting EMP'd like that. I guess he didn't have a battery to fall back onto, so he didn't really have much of a choice, but this was an amazing fight for QuanTa, and QuanTa is gone from a position where he was really struggling to pretty much having won this game.
Yeah, exactly. The mineral land goes down, the base is under threat. The Colossus is going to be a bit of an issue here, and QuanTa is going to have to respect it. Another good EMP, but he doesn't have enough to really focus down the army, and he is being forced to pick up.
Yeah, picks up, gets out of there, loses 2 medevacs, but they are empty medevacs, so not the end of the world here, and he does have a really nice supply lead.
He really does. Behind this, his macro has been pretty damn good. He's looking to take a 4th base as we speak, and Arrogfire is going to be struggling to recover here. At least he does preserve his Colossus count. He now is up to 2, and he's going to be looking to get even higher from here, but QuanTa, he's making Vikings, Papi. He's got +1 air attack on the way.
Yeah, QuanTa's making Vikings. He's making moves. He is getting out here on the pin. I do feel like he doesn't have quite enough here, especially with that shield battery. If he can get some nice EMPs on the arc, those off, that would be fantastic.
Oh, exactly, and that's what he's looking to do. He does reinforce his army. Doesn't quite have enough to break this position, as you were saying, but he doesn't have to fight here. He can try to go elsewhere. Does shave off a couple of gateway units here and there as he heads towards that 3rd base.
This observer is cash money.
Oh yeah, has been able to keep tabs on everything that QuanTa's been up to, and hopefully he does recognize that, especially after a Widowmine did get sniped. There we go.
There we go. I feel like this, if this is on ladder, you're like, are they king? But in a tournament, you're like, okay, there's an observer.
Yeah. Oh, good, Papi. As once again, the EMPs have been looking so damn good here for QuanTa, but the Disruptor.
The Disruptor is here. We'll be firing out that Nova. QuanTa recognizes that back. So stimmed here, especially with those 2 Colossus and a shield battery overcharge. We do need to be careful. I would like to see him maybe just back off for a second, heal all those units up. He's getting pretty low on medevacs at this point as well.
Yeah, he hasn't been rebuilding those medevacs, has been focusing a lot more on Viking production instead, but that may work out for him in the end. Shield battery did go down earlier. There's no overcharge.
Yeah, no overcharge. That means at least one of these Colossus down. Focus fire with those Vikings as the Archons are getting underneath them, so they will eventually down here. There's so much bio left over. Good AP as well. And the Archon's going to be able to stand strong. This bio is so overstimmed at this point.
Oh, it's heavily overstimmed. One Archon just barely holds on. Arrogfire barely holds on as well, but QuanTa continues to reinforce across the map. Here comes that Disruptor. We focus it down. We get it.
Oh, he jumps on that Disruptor, but the bio is just a bit too overstimmed, and in the process, jumping on those units, it is going to be taken out. He does get the Colossus, though. That's a good pick off that makes this almost worth it.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like he doesn't have enough to keep on pushing, but as you were saying, Arrogfire has lost all of his splash damage. The Archons, I love this!
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, with the splash damage of the Archon, he takes down another win of mine. Very cute, very nicely done. As QuanTa scans, confirms his opponent is still only on these 4 bases.
Huh. I knew you could do that with a Colossus, but I had no idea that it worked like that with an Archon. I thought you had to have vision.
Yeah, the splash damage is real. It's really cool to see. Are there other units to do splash damage that can do that?
Didn't have vision. MeomaikA.
Oh, no, I think that's a little bit different though, because that has to like bounce on
it's
the target.
It's not the same?
Yeah.
I thought the Archon was a bounce. I guess it isn't.
No. It's AoE.
Oh.
Yeah.
PF.
Oh. That'll be interesting. I don't know how often mind drops are ever attacking PFs, but yeah, maybe that works like that as well. There you go.
You could attack your own unit with a PF to kill a mind. Yeah, that'll probably work.
Yeah. For sure. As here we go, the drop play is coming into play here. QuanTa denying that 5th base. Would you see Arrogfire has been able to catch up in that army supply. He now has 2 Colossi here with his army, 3 Disruptors as well, as he's actually has triple Disruptor production. Oh my god.
Yeah, love to see the triple robo. I think that's a really, really strong way to play. Who was talking about it? Someone was talking about this before, how Zest would just throw down 3 or 4 robos when he got to the late game. And a lot of other players would be like, no, it's like not efficient. I mean, you can constantly produce off 2 robos and it's going to spend all your money. But I feel like StarCraft 2, it's a game of like attention management. And if you can just not have to worry about that kind of thing, it frees you up to make moves, which is, I guess that's just the Zest mantra, right?
Yeah, 100%. I do agree. I do think that it's definitely worth it here, especially in a game state like this. As I do see a pretty good amount of ghosts out here for QuanTa. We saw some insane EMPs earlier as QuanTa is looking for a fight. There are a lot of disruptors here. They're looking a little bit exposed, but yeah, especially with all these sentries and Colossi, QuanTa doesn't want to dive in.
That tanks, the splash damage question reminds me of, there was one time that I was defending DT. And I tried to surround the DTs with my SCVs and then shoot the SCVs with the tank to kill the DT. I just killed all the SCVs.
Asher. don't like this, Puppy. Don't like
Sometimes
this.
you just have these moments where like the idea is really good in your head and then you do it and you're like, oh, no, that didn't make sense.
Oh god, as we do see Arrogfire pushing on forward, he has now maxed out. He's taking down a lot of these ghosts. EMPs have been connecting, but against all these disruptors, he cannot, or he's going to have a hard time engaging.
Yeah, QuanTa going to be dropping back into the Sim City of all these racks in the sea. Unfortunately, he would love to be taking a fight with that as like a blockade, as soaking up extra bits of damage. He just doesn't quite get the angle, and as a result, just loses the axes straight up and is in massive trouble now.
Yeah, exactly. QuanTa, he plummets in the supply. He was doing so well for himself earlier, but he left Arrogfire alone, and that disruptor count got out of control. We are up to, what, 11, 12 disruptors at this point. The balls are going off. Liberators are going to be holding the line for the time being, but QuanTa, he can't really push in.
Yeah, Liberator transition just a little bit too late here, and some of the attacks were just a bit too aggressive and adventurous as well. Arrogfire got himself back into the game so well. Really got to give him props because he was in a pretty terrible position for a while there, but make some good moves, take some good trades, and he will be pushing in here.
Yeah, exactly. Liberators are going to be buying a little bit of time overall. The army dives on forward, once again landing some of those EMPs, but the Novas, they just keep on going off.
Yeah, we're starting to get into that territory with these disruptors where we can just have constant novas going out.
Oh, yeah, exactly. As the army gets zoned away by those disruptors, the Liberators go down one after the other. Only one does remain.
I feel we are just moments away from a giant Nova, and that moment could be now. Big Nova goes down, takes out so many of the SCVs, and these units are just constantly being bled out for the Terran. He has barely anything left now.
Yeah, exactly. QuanTa hanging on by a thread. He does actually catch one of those Colossi over on the right-hand side, but the main army is still looking terrifying in favor of the Arrogfire. He pushes on through once again, and he can't quite break the space yet, but again, he's under no threat of the army diving on him.
Oh, all those red health marauders just get shredded here by the Colossus. One Colossus is going to be going down. We do have a couple of Vikings, one red health medevac servicing what's left of the bio, and I think Arrogfire has just done it here.
Yeah, he's broken the third base. He's broken the defenses of QuanTa. QuanTa barely has anything left on the ground. The EMPs are good, but there's no follow-up. There's nothing left to dive on top of these disruptors. No Liberators remaining either.
Yeah, a few more Novas going to be getting sent out. We have all of the extra Rexes being cleaned up. A few more units getting shaved off as well. Arrogfire's got to be thinking here what he has to do to get QuanTa out of this game here, as QuanTa is still mining off a fourth.
Yeah, that fourth is still up and running. He's going to be able to get a couple more Liberators out to hold onto his ramp, but behind this, Arrogfire has got a fifth base. He's looking to work towards a sixth. He actually tried to, but the Widowmine did take down that probe. As bases are falling left and right, Arrogfire now finding the last mining base of QuanTa.
Yeah, I think if this base goes down, it's definitely going to be it, as we do have Novas taking out all of the SC. Base goes down, and with that, QuanTa has no hopes left in this game. We have a doom drop of 2 red health medevacs coming in. Looks like one of those is going to be taking down. Big recall as we have Arrogfire completely respecting this, but I mean, there's nothing left for QuanTa.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's got 4 more Liberators, but he is being, he is just fueled by copium at this point, and there's only so much he can do. Does take down a good chunk of these disruptors, to be fair. Marauders, they come in from behind. He's just trying to squeeze out whatever he can out of these units, and hey, he's picking up some high-value targets here and there, but he can never take down the army. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he's still in this game.
He's got Liberators, Papi. Anything is possible. He's looking to land his natural on location. Oh, God, but the SCVs. Oh.
Yeah, SCVs looking exposed. We have 4 Colossus here. There's just nothing that's going to be taking them out. Arrogfire does not care anymore. He's going to be standing right underneath the liberation zones. He takes out every single Liberator. All of them goes down. GG is called on 14 supply, and Arrogfire takes the win.
GG, well played. Ooh, Arrogfire does it. He does stand strong, and that was pretty damn close. You know, QuanTa definitely had his moments, but alas, was, as you were saying, maybe a little bit too adventurous at times, maybe a little bit too careless with his very expensive army, and wasn't able to close it out. And eventually, Arrogfire got out of control. Oh.
Yeah, and Arrogfire will be staying on. Really well done by him, and he takes out QuanTa in a really exciting match.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Oh, GG, well played. Arrogfire will maintain his position here at as the king of the hill, and I just realized how late it was. I'll be honest, I noticed it like 40 minutes ago. I looked at the time and I was like, oh, it's 2 a.m. Yeah. I don't think we intended to cast this long together, but
no.
Yeah. I appreciate it though. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Puffy. Thank you for sticking around a little bit longer than planned. It's been a while. It's been a while since we casted together. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's good fun. Fun cast.
Are you gonna get some Megorang?
No, I'm gonna get some water.
Fair enough. Okay, for those wondering, it is almost 3 a.m. here in the land of Australia. It is very, very late, and yeah, we're gonna be bidding Asher adieu for the time being. So thank you so much for casting, Papi, and we'll see you next.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of it, and catch you tomorrow. Good day.
See you tomorrow, Papi. See you tomorrow. Oh boy, but as Asher does head off to bed, we still have a couple games left, a couple matches remaining. We still have, I believe, 3 more here in OSC King of the Hill. Only 3. Only 3. And as one Duckling taps out, we may have another. I just have to slip into some DMs. May have another as the PvPs will continue. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but it is of course going to be another Polish Protoss player. Very different player, a player that we haven't seen in quite some time. It is going to be Ziomek from Team Blazer. Let's go, let's go. I can feel the fatigue setting in as well, I'll be honest. Like, oh my god. It's been a long day of casting, a long day of StarCraft, but we're gonna keep on going in. Usually the broadcast is over by now, I'll be honest. We've been casting for 4 hours at this point. But we did have some longer games earlier. We did have some longer late game scenarios as well with the TVT with HonMonO or the ZVP with EBA versus Art as well. So quite a lot of late game scenarios have been coming into play here. And yeah, again, shout out to Asher. He's another fellow CranKy Duckling. He's a Terran player and he does stream every now and then, like maybe once a month. Once a month is an Asher stream. So be sure to support him. Be sure to check him out over on his channel, AsherBro on Twitch. Support him, Papi. Support him. He's a good guy. Good guy. Good guy. As I'm in the wrong place. My apologies. We're gonna be heading over to land of Europe. Thanks, Ashbringer. Exactly. I don't think I've ever seen a Terran use splash damage to take down a Widowmine. That's the thing, right? Like, because scans are always so readily available, or Ravens as well. Yeah, same. I haven't seen like a tank shot or a planetary shot take down a Widowmine or anything like that. Isn't something I have witnessed. Oh boy, and I hope everyone has been enjoying themselves. I hope you've been enjoying Home Story Cup as well. Unfortunately, I haven't tuned it. We've been casting, so I haven't been able to tune into any of it. But I'm sure a great broadcast is going on. I hope they're taking care of the Ducklings. I hope they're taking care of all of those ducks. Oh. Feels good, man. As I'm just quickly having a look at the group stage of Home Story Cup. They've already finished Group C. Jesus. Group C already in the books. They're working through Group D as we speak. Am I even going to be able to watch any of this? I should be able to. Still a lot of matches left. Thankfully. As a reminder, once we do wrap up our broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings, we will be giving Take TV a raid. Giving them a raid. Giving them some support so we can head on over and watch some Cyril, watch some Spirit, watch some Showtime. That is going to be the plan. As it looks like I will not be alone. I'm going to be joined by another CranKy Duckling member. I will soon be joined by the casting jersey herself. Oh, let's go. As we wind down the night. We're also waiting for the players as well. Feels bad, man. Arrogfire was just there and he's missing, Papi. He's missing, so we're still looking for him. We're still waiting. As there she is, the infamous casting jersey, the hero of the wasteland. Sorry, the hero of esports, the savior of the wasteland. It is Krupp. Hello, Kuro. Hello.
Isn't it the opposite?
It's late. Okay, it's 3 a.m. It's fine.
Hello
Don't worry about it. Hello. Oh god, how has your day been? How's the broadcast been? So you've been in the chat.
I've been trying to like look at Home Story Cup with my one eye and look at OSC King of the Hill with my other eye, and now I'm confused.
Let's go. Has there been anything fun going on with Home Story Cup? Has anyone made any pizzas? Have they had any like out of game?
I know
like, mini games?
Hero Marine is starting to make the pizzas. Like there was a photo of him
Oh,
in the kitchen. So the pizzas are beginning. Apparently they have to make like 120.
oh my god.
So good luck to them.
Yeah. There's a lot of people to feed.
Yeah, there's a lot of people to feed.
Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, I think there was like some sort. I won't say it was beer pong, but it looked like beer pong.
Mhm.
So there was that. Other than that, there were I don't know if everybody knows, but today, the July 1st, is the birthday of both Raynor and Baby Marine.
Yeah, I saw
The
that.
two brothers are born on the same day.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. I did a double take. I'm like, wait, what? Like a couple of like seconds ago, I saw the tweet of I saw the tweet go through, and yeah,
No.
that's crazy. Both Baby Marine
They
and
are-
Raynor, they're born on the same day. It's crazy.
They are born the same day, 3 years apart.
Crazy.
Like how that was timed, I don't know, but that's what it is.
Oh my god. There you go. Yeah, it's really cool to see that they celebrate their birthday together, and I guess they're gonna celebrate at Home Story Cup, which is, you know, where better to celebrate your birthday.
They got a birthday cake, so that was on stream. Apparently they were also partying last night, so they already started celebrating. And important note is that Baby Marine actually turned 18, so this is also big in Europe.
So you're saying he's gonna have a night to remember, but he actually won't remember any of it, is what you're saying.
I mean, Raynor said he made sure that he was happy. That's all I know.
There you go. Oh god, happy 18th to Baby. That's he's not a baby anymore. He's
yeah,
like,
exactly. That's what I was asking last time. When does he stop being a baby?
He's Teen Marine.
Oh.
I love the sound of that. Teen Marine. Let's go.
I mean, it rhymes. Yeah. But we have another player right here, as we have actually already loaded into our game, and we are on Babylon LE, looking at our red Protoss player, the new challenger, I believe. It is the Polish Protoss, Ziomek.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Babylon, we have as opponent, we have the French Protoss player, the current king of the hill, representing Maturino Esports. It is Arrogfire.
Yeah, out of the other highlights, just as like a game or two ago, so as I was about to jump onto the stream, our well-known cat girl was actually on stream.
Yeah,
Night Phoenix got to cast.
I was about to say that I saw Wikipedia was updated with Night Phoenix casting, and I was like, oh, nice.
Yeah. He got to cast the series with Zane, Skillus, and Harstep.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see much, unfortunately, but it was cool to see him get that chance.
Yeah, that's always one of the other big things of Home Story Cup, is being able to see the players cast and interact with each other. Good stuff.
Yeah, but also like I feel like we are at a interesting point of StarCraft where everybody's like, oh no, it's just like, you know, the old guard, and like everybody's like, you know, getting alive and so on, and like, but we actually have surprisingly many young players like among them, and I find it very interesting when those young players are getting the spotlight.
Yeah. Players like Arrogfire, Eva, Night Phoenix, Cuckoo, Baby Marine. Like, there's so many, especially in Europe.
Fiant?
Yeah, there's so many
Fiant
young.
was invited actually.
Yeah, there's so many young players. So it's cool to see them interacting. It's cool to see them kind of merging together with everyone. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, it's a one base solo. And Arrogfire, he went for a 2-gate opener on Babylon, which is very unorthodox. It's already a big red flag for Ziomek, and we have a proxy robo across the map.
Didn't someone say that Arrogfire always just goes proxy robo? Isn't that just
You're confusing him with Exo Striker. Or maybe not.
No,
Maybe
no,
it
no,
was
no, no. I
Arrogfire.
saw in the chat that it was both of them.
Okay.
The chat was saying that it was both.
Well, that's the joke that we were making. That's. Aye. So, yeah, Proxy Robo is on the way from Arrogfire. Ziomek, if he knows anything about it, his opponents, he should be aware of that, is trying to figure out what's going on. But there we go. We do have a defensive Robo on the way in the main and a shield battery on the way as well.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see how that goes for him. I mean, as I said, the good part is Ziomek seems to be aware more or less of what's going on, but just knowing is only, half the battle.
Yeah, as he is going to be scouting with his probe. He does come across the Proxy Robo, so he's fully aware of what Arrogfire is up to, and for a full wall-off as well, so Adepts cannot be shaded into the natural base. But as you were saying, has he been able to piece this together in time as he is trying to muster up a defense? He's working on Stalkers as we speak. The first Immortal is now on the way.
That is true, but I mean, it looks like he's focusing on the natural when Arrogfire does have that Warp Priest and he's going straight to the main base. He may even deny this Immortal.
Yeah, exactly. He bypasses the army, goes straight into the main with a couple of Adepts with those Stalkers as well. He's focusing down these probes. Ziomek is going to be able to react. Can he shut down this Prism? If he can get a kill on the Prism, that will be huge. Up!
Oh. It survives? It survives. It's trapped there for the time being, but it does survive. But so does Ziomek, and now the Immortal is out, and he should be able to hold this. These Stalkers are making sure that the main base is not in danger.
Yeah, Arrogfire is in a really weird position because he's still all in. Like, he's very all in on one base, and for that Prism to be trapped is a pretty big deal. He needs to get it out of there, and there we go. He does regenerate some of those shields, and he does manage to barely escape from the top left-hand corner of the map.
Yeah, that he does, and that means that for Ziomek, he has to pay attention to the entire map right now, because with the Warp Priest gone, like, Arrogfire can attack from few different places, and if the army is not split correctly, like, Ziomek can get overpowered.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. We're going to be laying siege on the natural base. The Gateway and the Cyber Core are looking quite exposed here, but the Force Fields are thrown down. Overcharge is being popped as well.
Yeah, the overcharge is definitely helping there, and the wall still stands, but the Cyber Core really is getting low, but so are the units of Arrogfire, and the Immortal. It actually goes down.
The Immortal was stuck behind that force field. There was no way out. The Cyber Core is going to be going down as well, so no more Adepts, no more Stalkers can be warped in for Ziomek. A pretty big loss for him, but he still holds onto his ramp.
Yeah, I mean, he does have quite a few units warped in already, but there are 3 Immortals coming from Arrogfire, and the Warp Priest micro is nice, but it's only gonna work for so long.
Yeah, exactly. As the firepower is too much, Arrogfire, he has 3 Immortals with his army. Cybercore is still on the way. Ziomek can barely warp anything in. He can only warp in Zealots as more gateways go down. We have another Immortal joining the fray, but the force fields.
Ziomek has no production. He cannot warp in anything. He only has the Robo, and now the army of Arrogfire is just moving into his base, and this is the last stand.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled because they have to be, because there's nothing left here for Ziomek. The Warp Prism Micro is too good as well. Arrogfire, he barely loses anything. He does warp in another wave of units. Production is getting back up and running here in the main base, but it may just be too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, he will be able to warp in a unit or two, but Arrogfire's army is just overpowering. The shield battery just goes down, and I think he got it.
Yeah, he has broken the natural base. Ziomek, he saw this coming, he was able to prepare, but no, it was not enough. The natural's going to be going down, and the minerals, the workers are pulling as well. Ziomek trying to juggle his heart out here with these 2 Immortals. He's doing the best that he can, but he's still up against 4 Immortals of Arrogfire.
Yeah, like, he's doing pretty well with those 2 Immortals, but I feel like just the firepower of Arrogfire is too much, and GG is cold. Arrogfire will keep his streak.
GG, well played. Arrogfire will take the game. As you said, it will maintain his throne here, and Ziomek, the challenger, goes down.
Yeah, but I mean, how many games do we have left, actually?
2.
Let me double check. We have 2 games left. Okay. So Arrogfire still has to, keep fighting for a little while longer, and we still have quite like a few chances for the challengers, and I assume it's only gonna get harder from here.
Yeah, exactly. As you're saying, we're nearing the end of the broadcast. 2 more matches remaining. 2 players left. Can anyone stop Arrogfire? For the time being, quickly looking at the bracket, I believe no one was able to get more than 3 wins. Arch got 3 wins. Nicoract got 3 wins. Arrogfire now has 3 wins as well. Can he be the first to get a 4th win under his belt? Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? Or will he be stopped by his next opponent?
Yeah, I just feel a little, you know, the presence in the chat, and I'm like, if this the challenge is who I think it is, then the reign of Arrogfire may end quite quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I saw some people asking about it earlier, and it makes sense because he is not at Home Story Cup. Of course he isn't. People in the chat, it's going to be Arrogfire versus MaxPax.
Yeah, MaxPax, the same MaxPax who has gone for the 15 game streak before. Actually, more than 15 as well, because you know the throne, the title carries over to the next week if the player so chooses, and I think he got like 18 or something, if not more. So MaxPax is definitely a terrifying opponent in King of the Hill series.
Oh yeah, as you're saying, 18 wins, an 18 win streak for MaxPax. That is his record. Can he break it? Well, not tonight, because there are only 2 matches left. And as you were saying, he's coming in as the favorite. He's coming in to just rip that crown away from Arrogfire. But MaxPax, he's fallen to some of these players before in the past. But in PvPs, it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, it will be a difficult one. But hey, maybe Arrogfire can surprise us. We'll see how it goes. But for now, we do have our challenger on the screen. We have our blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming and Denmark. It is MaxPax.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Babylon, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player representing Macherino Esports. It is Arrogfire. Boy, again, he's got 3 wins under his belt already. He's already accomplished so much in this tournament. So bowing out now against MaxPax, I mean, you know, there is no shame in that, but he wants to try to bring it back. Once again, he's setting up for a double gate opening.
Is he gonna do the same build again?
So far, it does look like it. We are on Babylon. The problem is that he's up against MaxPax. And MaxPax, he is renowned for his defense, especially in PvP. Both gases have been taken. MaxPax is going for that probe scout. He will recognize that his opponent is going for a far more aggressive opener.
Yeah, he will have that information. That doesn't look to be a proxy robot this time, but I mean, it can still be, and we'll see how it goes for Arrogfire, because as you said, like he was very aggressive in the previous game as well, and if he goes for the same build twice, I mean, MaxPax may be exactly prepared for it.
Yeah, again, the thing is that MaxPax, he's known for defending against one-base all-ins. He's very famous for it, so it is going to be a tough ask here. And here we go. Pylon is thrown down. Arrogfire is going to be coming to the proxy. He's going to be going for a one-base all-in. MaxPax will see how he defends against it, how he can prepare against Arrogfire, who is likewise very well skilled at the proxy robo.
I feel like I'm getting deja vu. It's the same spawn locations, the same proxy. It's like, well, I guess we'll see how it goes this time, because I mean, as we said, MaxPax is a slightly different player, so it may have a different result.
Yeah, exactly. As MaxPax has plenty of scouting information to work with, he's going to be very defensive back at home. We have an Adept on the way first, and he's going for a Stargate, which is going to be quite nice. With this, basically there are 2 routes to defend against a proxy robo. That is either you make Immortals or you make Void Rays. They both kind of have the same role, and with a Stargate, you will have access to those Void Rays. You'll also have access to Oracles, which can go across the map and cripple the economy of your opposing Protoss player.
Yeah, so slightly different response from MaxPax here, and we'll see how he's gonna use it. For now, he's still looking for that proxy. I don't think he quite spotted it, he barely missed it, but he is looking around to find out where it can be. He doesn't have the full wall of that Ziomek had, so he has to be a bit more careful about any units coming in.
Yeah, likewise, Arrogfire is actually mixing things up. He's going for a Twilight Council. This could be for a Dark Shrine. You could, of course, go into Blink Stalkers as well, so we'll see what he does end up going for here, and it looks like it is going to be Blink.
Yeah, it will be Blink, and we also see a Void Ray from MaxPax coming up. And how does a Void Ray work against Blink? Because I feel like Blink Stalkers would snipe it, kind of like Marines do, right?
Void Rays are very robust, especially with Shield Battery Overcharge. We have a Shield Battery in the main base as well. So again, you only make Void Rays if you feel like you're being all in. So MaxPax is making the correct decision. Likewise, he can also zone away the Prism. And without the Prism, Arrogfire will not have high ground vision as the War Prism does dive into the main base. The Shield Battery finishes up just in time. Arrogfire sees it. He backs the hell off.
Yeah, that was a split-second decision there from Arrogfire. He saw the Void Ray and was like, yeah, no, not coming that way. And he will try to poke at the front of the base, but I don't think he can get much there either. One of the shield batteries is finished and the cannons are coming up as well.
Yeah, I love this defense from MaxPax to go for the Forge, to go for cannons as well. This is very similar to proxies in other matchups where Forges are so crucial here, just because you have such limited supply available. No, Kuro!
My game crashed.
Yeah, smudge.
I wasn't even touching the keyboard, and my hands are literally in the air, and the game just decided to die.
It's okay, I will screen share for you. We're just going to be waiting here for Kuro to time on out, and then we'll be continuing here with this game. Thankfully, it wasn't at a crucial moment where the players were heavily microing or anything like that, so the players shouldn't be too disturbed.
I'm just gonna kill StarCraft real quick.
Yep.
Game resumed.
Oh, actually, am I live? Hold on, I think I'm alive.
Okay, as we are diving into this, and here we go, the Stalkers have arrived. We're looking to threaten that main base. Void Ray is also going to be able to rotate in time as well, and they're going to be able to force Arrogfire back for the time being.
Just keeping an eye, making sure that the game doesn't die again.
Yeah.
But yeah, Arrogfire is trying to find if he can do something here, but with the whole setup from MaxPax, I don't think he can quite break it. There are so many shield batteries ready by now.
Yeah, again, he wants to force the overcharge. I'm sure once he does, he can rotate over and go into the main base instead. But we can see, I love that MaxPax is throwing down cannons in the main. He's getting ready for his opponent to diverge his attention and go into the main instead.
Yeah, he's paying a lot of attention to that. There are double the pylons, there are cannons being thrown down. He's making sure that nothing is easy snipeable in that main base. And yeah, I think MaxPax is just being really I don't know, he just made a fortress.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see if he can be broken. If that fortress can be broken, the prismatic alignment is going to be activated by these Void Rays, which again is going to give Arrogfire a bit of an opening here. He's going to wait for another warp in before he dives on forward, but as he waits, more cannons, more shield batteries are on the way.
Yeah, that core is going down, so that is a nice little victory for Arrogfire. And it doesn't look like MaxPax is remaking it quite yet, but he doesn't have to. With all the cannons that he's working on, I mean, the static defense is kind of good enough with the Void Rays.
Yeah, exactly. And that Void Ray count is getting insane. We are up to 5 Void Rays already, and we can see the Stalkers having a really hard time pushing on through. Once again, we activate that prismatic alignment, and once that's activated, the Stalkers, they cannot touch the Void Rays.
Yeah, even Zealots are being worked in since that core is not quite ready yet. I mean, they don't get a lot of damage without the charge, but they are still running into the Stalkers, and the Void Rays still stand.
Yeah, the overcharge is popped. It looks like we have enough to maybe 3-shot a Void Ray, and I think we get 1 Void Ray in the end, which was nice. But we're losing. We're bleeding out a lot of Stalkers here. As time goes on, it's getting better and better for MaxPax.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind that this is a 1 base all-in. Arrogfire only is working off of 1 base. Meanwhile, MaxPax has been mining from 2 this entire time. Arrogfire does decide to blink into the main base, but the Void Rays catch up with him, and a lot of the Stalkers will be going down.
Yeah, and again, cannons are waiting for him. GG gets called. MaxPax will defend the 1 base all-in and take down Arrogfire.
GG.
GG,
Yeah.
Well played.
As we said, MaxPax is a beast, and in the King of the Hill format, he's even more terrifying.
Yeah, again, like I don't think it's a wise choice to all in MaxPax. He is arguably
Oh yeah.
the best player at defending against all-ins, especially in PvPs. He is so damn strong defensively, as we saw. He's very decisive, not just when it comes to making those void rays, but when it comes to throwing down those cannons and shield batteries, even in the main base where there was nothing threatening him there. There was nothing there at all, but he was getting ready for the eventual blink into that main.
Yeah, like I really like how MaxPax prepared for this. Like as I said, like he was building a fortress. Like he made sure there are a ton of shield batteries on the front. There are cannons on the sides, so nothing can sneak past them. And once he had like the front prepared, he's like, you know what? You know where he can attack me? He can go to the main. So he had doubled the pylons on the production, so the production cannot be unpowered. He started building the cannons. So like, yeah, everything was like really just well fortified by MaxPax.
Yeah, exactly. Really well done here from our Danish Protoss player. Now we have one game remaining, and we're going to be heading over to the land of the Americas for our final PvP of the night. Again, the PvPs do continue, and oh boy, we have an American Protoss looking to try and stop MaxPax.
Is it Trigger?
No.
Trigger is at Home Story Cup.
He's also Canadian.
I mean,
he's not
he could
American.
play from there. Okay, American. You mean actually American? Okay, because you know, Canada is also in America.
Mexico is also in America by that logic.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's why I will never understand why can you call a country the same thing as the continent when it's not the entire continent. It's just weird. Don't even get me started on Georgia, because there's a country Georgia and there's also the state Georgia, and they call the same thing.
There you go. As we're diving into our final series, of course, it is going to be MaxPax and his challenger. His opponent is going to be Creature.
Creature is not someone I have seen in these tournaments, but hey, he is here, and he is here to challenge our current king, the Red Protoss player from Denmark, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the American Protoss player representing Root Gaming. It is Creature. It's really cool to see him again. He made his debut in OSC King of the Hill maybe 2 months ago. He's been very active this year in the online tournament circuit, whether it's ESL Open Cup Americas, whether it's even the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, the OSC events as well. Creature has been trying to have a bit of a resurgence. Of course, he used to be a very active pro player back in the day, many years ago, then retired for quite some time, and now this year, he's back.
Yeah, I do wonder what the reason for that is, because like as you said, like he was very active for a while, and then he just kind of, I don't know if he disappeared, if he just like slowly became inactive, but he suddenly appeared again. Like for the past few months, I've been seeing him in a lot of tournaments, and it's interesting to see him come back right now.
Oh yeah, exactly. We'll see how he can stand up to the might that is MaxPax. MaxPax, of course, the best Protoss in all of Europe right now, so it's going to be quite a tough challenge for Creature. We'll see if he has something special in store for MaxPax, something maybe very NA.
Is Creature the type to pull off the pure NA builds? Because somehow I feel like he's not, but at the same time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Creature is a little more tame compared to like Maples or Rocker or Turkey Dano or some of the other, big aggressive Protoss players in the land of the Americas. So yeah, Creature is typically more macro oriented, but in a PvP, like we can see already, like it is going to be a 2-gate opener here against the Gate Expand. We didn't get to mention it, but MaxPax is going for a very greedy opener here against Creature.
I mean, as we saw in the last game, MaxPax is pretty good at defending all sorts of all-ins. So I mean, I guess he feels comfortable enough to go for those greedy plays, and we'll see if Creature's slightly more aggressive style can get something done.
Yeah, hopefully, because right now Creature is straight up behind. He has an advantage in Stalkers, but his natural base is so much later compared to MaxPax. MaxPax just being so much more efficient with his build, and he does this against everyone he can, whether it's on Gressvan or Ancient Cistern or even Royal Blood. MaxPax is one to go for a gate expand on almost every map.
Yeah, makes sense, definitely, and he even scouts the base of Creature, sorry, so he's able to see all the tech. I think he even saw the Twilight Council on the back as well.
Yeah, it has been spotted, it has been scouted, and MaxPax is fully aware of what Creature is up to. That's not going to stop him from being aggressive either, as he's going to be looking to try and distract Creature here at the natural base. At the same time, the Oracle is diving into the main to look to find some damage.
It looks like it looks like Creature is prepared for that. Why do I keep confusing them? Something's wrong. But yeah, there are even shield batteries. Even the pylon is being saved here, so there will be no damage done by MaxPax, at least not for now, as there should be a second Oracle joining soon.
Yeah, second Oracle is on the way, and with that we can one-shot Worker, so a shield battery is not going to be good enough. So MaxPax is just keeping the pressure on his opponent behind this. We're going for a bit of a later Twilight Council, a bit of a later second Gateway. Once again, laying siege upon the natural, trying to keep the attention of Creature busy as he does dive in with those Oracles.
Yeah, and he will snipe quite a few Workers. Actually, 5 probes are going down, and both Oracles do survive despite the Stalkers being there. So that's pretty nice little bit of damage from MaxPax.
Very nicely done here with getting those 5 Workers, especially because MaxPax hasn't lost anything. The Oracles are still alive. The Gateway units here at the natural base are still active as well, and Creature is still on the back foot on the defensive.
Yeah, and Creature has to make sure he has units in his bases at all times, which means he will not be aggressive himself, and that gives MaxPax a lot of time to take up, as he's still getting more damage done.
2 more probes. The Oracle barely does survive as well, barely escapes the clutches of a Creature. And from here, MaxPax, he can just set up back at home. We have 2 more gates on the way, 4 in total. Third base on the horizon, very macro-oriented here from MaxPax, just looking to get further and further ahead.
Yeah, and he made sure that Creature will not get that base either, as one of the base locations is now protected by stasis. Unfortunately for him, Creature decides to go for the other third, so he will be able to take the Nexus, but these Oracles are still sharking around.
Yeah, they get eyes on the third base location. Blink is done, but the Oracle still survives regardless, does manage to barely get away once again. And with that, MaxPax, he's gonna have the option here to take up in a bit of a different direction. He's still relying on Blink, but there we go. We have a Forge on the way. He's gonna be just heavily reliant on Blink Stalkers for his army and working towards +1.
Yeah, and looks like the pressure does not stop either. MaxPax is moving around with his Stalkers. The Oracles are looking for an opening as well, and we'll see if he can get any. Right now, he's actually not having an advantage here, but with the reinforcements, he may be able to fight this army.
Yeah, with the control as well, MaxPax is breaking on through. It looks like it's not going to be enough, though. The high ground advantage was too great. At the same time, Adept Shade into the natural, and the Oracles dive into the main. That push was merely a distraction, and MaxPax, once again, it gets probe kills.
Yeah, and once again, both of the Oracles survive. He did lose the Adept, but that is pretty much all the losses in this engagement, so really nicely done by MaxPax, and once again, he still has more Stalkers coming, and he will keep attacking the third base.
Yeah, exactly. Reinforces what's here at the third base. The shield battery isn't done yet. It's a bit of an awkward timing for Creature, as he's not ready for this.
Yeah, and the Stalkers are starting to fall. There was a sentry there as well that did go down, and their reinforcements are not fast enough. With a good blink micro, MaxPax is taking that engagement.
Yeah, at the same time, the Oracles dive into the natural. 4 more probes go down. The third base has been broken, but multi-pronged aggression is just too much, and Creature is falling apart.
Yeah, the probes are pulled off the line, and they are going down. The shield battery was destroyed, and MaxPax will take the game.
GG, well played. A very powerful, very dominant performance, as MaxPax is going to be the final King of the Hill for this week's OSC King of the Hill.
GG. That means that apart from the money he gets for taking the maps, he also gets a bonus for being the last King of the Hill of the week.
There you go. There you go. He will be the final King of the Hill, as you were saying. He gets that bonus. Congratulations to MaxPax. And this also means that MaxPax will have the opportunity. He will have the ability to reprise his role next week, he'll be able to be the starting player in OSC King of the Hill 140 if he wishes to. So yeah, he has that available to him.
I think usually MaxPax does continue his reigns, and we'll see if he can maybe break the record this time. Because as you said, like he did go for the 18. Maybe he can get more.
Maybe. So with that, we are now done here with our broadcast tonight. It was 4.5 hours. It is almost 3:30 in the morning in Australia. It is very late. The brain is barely functioning, but we got to keep going because Home Story Cup, happy.
I was gonna say, didn't you want to watch Home Story Cup anyway?
Yeah, let's go.
I need sleep schedule.
Aye. Not like this. But yeah, with that, thank you so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hope you guys had a great time. I know the cast got a little bit rowdy, but we like it, Papi. We like it. It's fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, apparently there's a metal band now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the thing on Home Story Cup, that they had like, they invited a bunch of like bands to play.
Oh.
Like not like, you know, not like the big names, but like just, you know, like more, I don't want to say amateur, but like, you know, like some smaller bands. They actually had an announcement, like if somebody is like has a band and wants to play, that like, you know, they can sign up. So it's cool to share some music, you know, maybe find something interesting.
Yeah, for sure. That is really cool to see. I remember that's not the first time that they've kind of brought people over as well. I know they've had God, there was like the Kappa song that they had. They brought Tempo over in the past.
But I feel like that's more like dedicated, right?
Yeah,
for the tournament. And this is more like, you know, oh hey, like you have a band, like you're more like you're like less known. Maybe you can, like, you know, get some new fans.
Yeah. Like previously it was more like internet or like Twitch or StarCraft oriented, like music related stuff, and this is more more general, which is really cool. Really cool to see that they're spreading their wings and supporting some of these other local bands, and which I'm sure there are plenty of in Germany. So really cool to see. And again, I hope everyone had a great time here tonight. A lot of great matches were had, a lot of great players were featured, and now we bid you adieu. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend with Home Story Cup. Tomorrow is our next broadcast. We are going to be casting GSL, the GSL qualifiers. And this time, tomorrow's broadcast is going to be before Home Story Cup. We won't be clashing. It's going to be before Home Story Cup, and we'll be raiding into it. So you won't have to worry about splitting your attention and trying to keep up with 2 events going on at once. Instead, it'll be at a much more reasonable time for tomorrow's GSL cast.
Yeah, so make sure to tune in as a bit of a warm-up before watching Home Story Cup, and you can watch some pretty interesting games, because, I mean, it is GSL, so we'll find out what happened.
There you go. We're going to be casting players like TY, casting players like Stats, all these old school players, Sue, Estrella, and even more. So be sure to stay tuned for tomorrow. Outside of that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you much for your support. Kuro, where can people find more of you?
You can find more of me in the Discord, as I will be mostly working for the foreseeable future. But if you want to see my own channel, I'm at Twitch TV/16squadsanseki, where I stream mostly random games. And I may be testing a car mechanic simulator. Don't ask. It's a thing.
There you go.
Anyway, where can we find the Diablo stream?
Light_VIP on Twitch and Twitter. I stream throughout the week. I usually stream ladder sessions. I stream Diablo whenever both myself and Asher are available, whenever we're not busy casting. We haven't streamed Diablo in like a week, which is a bit of a shame. We still haven't finished the main campaign, but we're working on it. We're working on finishing the campaign. So if you want to be there alongside us, check us out. Maybe in a couple of days, maybe at some point throughout the week. We're just really busy with all these casting, and so we'll try to find some time to squeeze in a Diablo stream. But outside of that, you can follow us on the CranKy Ducklings, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord. You can also check out our Patreon as well. Our goal, of course, is to reach 300 USD a month on Patreon so we can fully fund our events. That is how much we already spend on our tournaments. And Patreon is just a way for us to help us fund them and help us grow them as well. Our events being Sparkling Tuna Cup, Grand Platypus Open, as well as the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. So if you're interested in supporting some of these smaller regions, if you're interested in supporting the CranKy Ducklings, then check us out over on Patreon. We thank you. We thank all the patrons that we have. We thank them all.
And the tournaments will be coming back soon. We know that there haven't been a lot of them in the past month or so, but you know, we have been busy with all the offline tournaments, and there are the Africa TV Championship qualifiers coming up as well. So that takes a bit of our attention away, but the tournaments are coming back soon.
Yes, they will be coming back. Don't worry. They're not going anywhere. Just been on hiatus because of Home Story Cup, because of ESL Masters Summer, and because of the Africa Champions Cup. So again, we don't want to clash with any of these other big premier major events. So we have been holding off on our tournaments in the meantime. But they'll be coming back. So with that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for your support. Kuro, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night? Quack.
Make sure to check out the duck pool at Home Story Cup. They have ducks.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.